All right, we're live again. We are in the warehouse here today. I really like doing that. I don't know if you liked it, but I liked walking through the yarn garage. Just kind of, well, did some. I don't think we have any door busters in here, but just walking through, going through each drawer, going through each cabinet. So we'll do the same thing here. We'll go through all the shelves, talk about what the guys are doing here to ship out all your packages. But we had I think like a 15% growth on the initial launch, and then I think we sold $5,000 more yesterday on Black Friday than we did the year before, so that's pretty good. And we're off to a good start here today. But we have a much different feel this year. I haven't shown you guys as much of this, but we have a conveyor. We've got both sides of the building now set up. Mike put some of that sort of wash bay board on the wall because the boxes are always buttoned up against it. So the flow of the product comes, I'll show you where all the pickers pick. The flow of the product comes to the conveyor back there, and then the packers grab that, and then everything sort of moves this way and then out this door. So we don't have to open this door at all. It keeps the air conditioning, it keeps it nice and cool in here. So rarely do we open the door, and we actually have a U-Haul that UPS rents a truck. Yesterday had like a budget truck, and so all the packages every few hours, yarn guys will come over here and grab a bunch of boxes to help support the warehouse people, so that we fill up the truck. That way, this place isn't all chaotic. And so the boxes that are ready for labels kind of roll down this way. So Trevor rolls them off onto the scale. We sort of converted this into using our racking like you should in a warehouse, unlike our previous setup. So we're able to store, I think, about 2 times more stuff than we were before. So we can store 2 times more inventory. And then I think what have we increased our efficiency? 20-25%, something like that?
About that,
Our ability to be able to pack a little bit quicker because of the conveyors and having boxes overhead. I think that might be the biggest savings, is the access to the main boxes. Instead of in the previous setup, we had to walk halfway across the warehouse to get them. And so all of our packing, bubble wrap, all that kind of stuff is up here, which is starting to get lean because they shipped out about 600 packages yesterday, about 350 or so, 370 orders. The problem with your orders is that they all look like this, where there are 5, 6, 7, 8 boxes of a bunch of random stuff. So it's not the easiest thing in the world, where somebody buys a giant hose and then a gun and wand holder or a gun and wand and a reel and just all kinds of stuff that doesn't fit in a single box. This is also why, you guys see that, we generally charge for shipping. So it's free shipping today because, like this order here is probably $60 to ship, $50 to ship. That one of my asks to everybody has always been that you pay for shipping. You're paying for shipping one way or the other in this world, but I'm hoping to have higher quality products and provide more information on them. And that, believe it or not, that shipping probably pays for this camera and then some, and our ability to be able to make more, provide more information and find more products out there. So my mom and Alyssa, and then Justin came down from Curated to help us out. We actually lost a packer, so I need at least 2 people in here. How many people do we need? We need at least 2 people. We lost one just last week. He got in a different job, so we just got him trained up, and now he's off to greener pastures. But we do need some more help in here in the warehouse. But you can see the products. I'm showing you sort of the backwards flow, but the pickers will stage on the conveyor. Conveyor will come this way. You can see, like, this is an order here, that's an order there, that's an order there. the goal is to make our way toward doing bulk picking. Right now they pick order by order. So we print off the orders, I print off generally 100 or 200 at a time, pull out all the inside the hex, put those on top, move through those first. And then we have Nick and Tommy and Daniel and some of the tech support guys have been coming over here to help out with restocking shelves and things like that. And then tech support is on standby to answer your questions. The design guys are doing all kinds of designs and trying to push those through. So we have an all hands on deck. And then of course me and Waba and Toda and the media team, we're trying to do, keep you engaged, keep the live streams going, making videos, all that kind of stuff. So over here is where Ted's kind of picking an order now. So Ted, Andrew, Tim are picking. My dad is up at Curated making guns and wands and hoses and bottling stuff and keeping us supplied. That's where we have Krenzlas, so he's bringing Krenzlas down when we need them. We're trying to keep stuff at Curated because I have a 5,000 square foot building up north. It's about 3 or 4 miles away. And so up there is where we have overstock of stuff, overstock of boxes and things like that. So we're trying to keep that under control. But we're hoping, this year, if we had like 2 or 3 more people, it wouldn't be as chaotic. But it feels like we know what we're doing now. This is what is this, Ted? Our 4th Black Friday? I think so. Yeah, so our 4th Black Friday, and so each year we get a little bit better. Last year, I think it took us 10 and a half days to catch up. I think this year we'll probably be a little bit quicker. Even Chris is pitching in, picking some orders. I get the easy one. That's the tricky part here, is that like I used to come and step in and then I screw up half the orders. So it's one of those things where you kind of need the experts to stay in their expertise. And so I've learned my lesson to just stay out of it. Stay out of the way. Try to promote it as much as possible and let the people who are experts at this do what they do. And so then let's just give you the quick tour of the warehouse, and I want to kind of show you some different products. And over here is like pressure washing central. I know we have, so when you order stuff, there's 2 ways to get it. You can order it in stock or reserve your spot. The reserve your spot stuff, we have stuff rolling in, so don't be afraid to place an order of something that doesn't show in stock. We have, most things are available now. With the exception of a few things like the new HLR 75 Rupes is not available at the moment. But most of the stuff, if you did reserve your spot, like if it's a Milwaukee tool or it's an active pressure washer, they're going to be rolling in here. So we probably next week will have 20 or 30 different freight shipments of things. Like we have a freight shipment of towels that just showed up. So don't be afraid to place your order, lock in your pricing, and reserve your spot. And then we, take your spot very seriously, and then we ship out as soon as we get it. So this is now our receiving area. This is a 3,600 square foot building, of which like probably 300 of that 3,600 square feet is office. So we have a roughly 3,000 square foot building that we're selling, tens of millions of dollars of stuff out of. We don't drop ship that much anymore. We drop ship cabinets and Swiss tracks. All the pressure washers are now shipped out of here. So all the buckets, all the grit guard stuff, which is bulky, all the hoses, we're making our own hoses. So we've made a lot of progress this year. But you can see this plastic tote. I bought a Ford Transit van this year, and so the Transit van stays up inside of the Curated building. This is an emptied pallet of what was drying aid and tire dressing. So my dad and Justin will manufacture the hoses. They'll put together the bottles and label them, and then bring it down in these plastic reusable totes where the front of this kind of pulls open, or the side of it pulls open. And so they'll bring this down. Ted and Tim and Andrew will then unload it, stock it, and then it will go back up and they'll fill it up. And so we're starting to get to the point to where what I want to be able to do, one of the difficulties I've had in this whole game is that, take pressure washing, for example. I've created a whole industry inside of detailing. and then I lose it, because it gets, capitalism takes hold, and then it gets sold everywhere. And so my future ideas, let's hope I have some, will manufacture, will wholesale, will be the exclusive distributor for products in the future, like with Press-All. And so that will be the intention in the future as I start to we've kind of reached the ceiling of things that are available, and now rather than give my ideas away, I'm going to start to make them myself, like we're working with deionization and working on that stuff. So all of our receiving comes here, which helps with our air conditioning bill in the summer when we open this door up, and then we bring everything in, and then it goes where it needs to go. And so pressure washing is here, polishing is here. You can see they have all the different size orifice nozzles, and we have our hoses, and then all of our fittings are over there. This is Press-All, area Press-All, grit guard, hose reels, garden hoses, and inlet hoses. We'll go all through all this stuff here in a second. But audio, Milwaukee, Apparel, Ego stuff. And then in here, we've kind of made another office of this again, where we have Drew, who is now our sort of accounting assistant for Chris. And then Robert's in here purchasing. They're all running around, checking on product and hopefully ordering stuff. And then I lost my office again, so the podcast studio is now Chris's office. So this is our sort of accounting, our finance department, if you will. So let's go back to the front, and let's just kind of work through the shelves, and I'll tell you some of the stuff that you need to buy. And work through that. We have our buck ramps and jack pads that somebody ordered that they got to palletize and send out. Guys are doing jobs that aren't theirs to help support this. Everybody's kind of kicking in. Robert's throwing some power cords on the shelves, trying to keep the pickers stocked so they don't have to worry about restocking. They can keep picking orders. Let's start in detailing and kind of work our way around. Let's see, we still have, I don't know if a lot of you know this, but I decided to take this on. We don't sell a lot of this stuff, but the Dr. Beasley's Mat Care line, I've always gotten asked about that. I'd probably get a question or two a month on, what should I do if I have a matte paint? And I think the simplest thing to do is to leverage the experts. The two experts are Swiss Vax and Dr. Beasley's. And the Dr. Beasley's product line is a bit more robust. And so if you do have a matte, if you have matte wheels or you have matte, usually matte wheels you can care for a little bit. You don't need the special stuff for them, but if you have matte paint and like a frozen BMW or something like that, then we have the Dr. Beasley's lines, which I keep in stock. You can check Matt Car Care on the website. I should probably get one of those cars, and then I could take over that market. Coatings are here. This stuff is freaking awesome. I'm telling you, this every time we talk about this, everybody says Wolfgang. No, Wolf's Chemicals is out of Romania, and so we bring this in. This is their glass sealant. We used to sell like a 250 milliliter bottle. This is the 150. This is the 50 mil. We used to sell a 150. You don't need 150. This will last you several years, depending on how much you apply it. But I'm telling you, if there's one product that I bring in that you want to get, use this on your glass. This isn't great for people who habitually use their wipers all the time, but if you manage your wipers, this is, I think, the best glass sealant on the market. But we have plenty of these in stock. For wheels, do Deluxe Gliss. Wheel coatings, most of them I don't like. G on Rim, G-Technic, what do they call it? C5, I think. I just don't think they're very good. This Deluxe is, I think, the best wheel coating in the market. So I generally would do 1 to 2 coats of Deluxe, and then do a single coat of Gliss to make it slick and put that on top. And then, oftentimes you can just use soap and water on your wheels. And I've been experimenting with starting to experiment with some of the Built-Hamber stuff. Possibly, I may even stop using wheel cleaners altogether. We'll see. Halo, Halo is something it needs to be reformulated. It works on most PPS, but the new Expel, it doesn't work for squat. So on Expel and on most paints, this is the go-to. This is what you want. CSL XO. I mean, lots of new coatings have come out. Everybody always wants some new super secret coating. Yeah, my gut tells me what I need to try and what I don't. A coating's not a super easy thing to try out because you gotta like put it on. You can't just wipe it off later. You're putting it on the car and it's like semi-permanent. And so I don't want to put like some crappy trial coating on one of my cars that I like, and I really don't want to do a bunch of other people's cars. And then if you did somebody else's car, they don't want you to put the second-rate stuff on it. So I kind of trust my gut and wait for my gut to tell me what to do on that. And then I still think I keep trying different pads and things like this, but when you're applying a coating, I still think the combination of the suedes, and we package these ourselves, so I buy these from Korea Car Pro, Aviate Car Pro, and I buy these by the case, and then we strip them down into a 5-pack. I think you need a 5-pack to do a car. You probably only need 3 or 4 of them, but to have a 5-pack, and so we sell them in 5-packs, and we sell these individually. So we break up these pads and then set it up so that you have a reasonable way to buy it. And notice I'm doing what I say. We're not retailing here. We have 1 glass sealant, 1 wheel coating, 1 paint coating, 1 applicator. Is that orders? What are we at here today? Let's see. We're talking number of orders this year, not number of sales or dollar numbers, because I don't know, people can't handle it. There were 83 orders today. We had 924 orders yesterday. So 924 orders, if they're doing about 300 a day, you can see yesterday's, we're almost caught up to, we'll take a look at the stack. I think we're almost caught up to the start of yesterday. So they're probably pulling orders for that here this morning. So you figure it'll take us 3 or so days to catch up. We'll be working Sunday as well. So they're working a long day today, 8 to 6:30. Tomorrow we're gonna work a short day to try to give them some time to recover. So they're working 8 to 12 on Sunday, and then Monday it'll be back to 8 to 4:30, and then they'll just try to dig out of the hole as quickly as possible. Wise Guy, this stuff I don't use very often. So this is my friend Jeremy at Shine Supply, has a product line, and many of you know it. They have some good stuff. This is my favorite product of theirs. This is when I have, like if I was deconning and prepping a existing car, like a beat up set of wheels. This is where this comes in for me. So I'm using this on the tires to prep for stoners, to prep for tire dressing, and I may use this on the wheels as a heavy concentrate. But Wise Guy is a pretty aggressive wheel and tire cleaner. It comes concentrated. This is something that I think you have like in the cabinet that you only break out when you need it, because most of the time I'm going to use Brake Buster, Brake Buster on the wheels, or even like CarPro Reset. Just keep it simple if I'm using just soap. Well, but that's the way I have Wise Guy. I don't keep a ton of that. We don't sell a ton of it, but it's something that I think deserves to be in your arsenal, something that you have. This little bottle will make, you dilute this 1-to-1 was generally what you would dilute it for use, or you could use it straight up, but we don't even sell gallons of that because I don't think you need a lot of it. Cut Max, great polish. I may actually be replacing Cut Max with the new Rupes Blue. The new Rupes Blue is freaking amazing. I need to experiment a little bit more with it. We'll see how my G80 should be here either late tonight or early tomorrow. And we're gonna start polishing crazy. So we're gonna be doing lots of live streaming on that here the next couple of days. I've got to get that thing completely polished because I think Wednesday it's going down to get PPF done. So I gotta move on that thing. And then Perfect Finish is still my go-to, amazing. Jessica Correction Compound as well, awesome polish. This, I think, is what you want for Alcantara cleaning, Sonex. The other one that's good that I don't like quite as much is Color Lock. Someone was just asking me about that, cleaning Alcantara. I don't think you want to protect Alcantara, you just want to clean it. Don't put anything on it, it messes it up. It's kind of like You buy like the fabric protector package and they spray some goop on your couch. You don't want that. It changes the way it feels. So perfect finish. Not perfect finish. Sonex's Alcantara cleaner, I think, is the best product. Get it on the product, or get it on the Alcantara, but you need to get the product out in order to release the dirt. We need a metal polish, so metallic cut. I don't use this very often, but this you would use on, use this in combination with this on your old exhaust. So Osfo will clean it. Use this with quadruple aught 40000 steel wool. And then you could polish with a microfiber and this metallic cut. So that combo for metal is the way to go. Carpro eraser. We still have Pearl. Pearl has a great use. I mean, now that we can't get hyperdressing, I'd be using Pearl. I dilute it 4:1 for engines, for engine bays. I don't like the motor plast from Coach Chemie. I know a lot of people like it. I just feel like it's dull and it doesn't work very well. But that's probably people who haven't used hyperdressing. So right now we use Pearl, and a lot of people still like Pearl in their tires. I think you're nuts. The OG tire dressing is considerably better than Pearl. Pearl's good, but the OG tire dressing is much, much better. Okay, well, it looks like we're running low on eraser. Hopefully we got another shipment coming. Eraser is the best, I think, mild prep. I use eraser all the time. It's probably one of my most used products in the garage, just in general, for cleaning anything, cleaning plastics. It's not super aggressive. If you want super aggressive, I'll show you in a minute, but you would go to G-Technics W4. We do sell gallons of eraser. Angel Wax Clarity, I thought we discontinued that. Stuff's terrible, don't buy that. It's terrible. We need to get rid of that. Tarex, amazing. You need like 2 bottles of Tarex. I wish they sold Tarex in gallons. They don't. Because Tarex is freaking awesome. And then the old tried and true, the old Colonite 845 Power Lock Plus. It's good. I always have a bottle of that laying around. You know, you never know when you need it. Many times where I've waxed the car prior to coating it, I still think you're always going to do CSL XO. It looks just as good as Power Lock Colonite, just a little bit more permanent. So if you need something where it's not a permanent situation, then I always put Power Lock on my speakers. Power Lock Colonite on your black speakers is a good combination. Then Eden and Bliss, the 2 cents from Angel Wax, they're okay. I think we could do better. We're going to work on scents at some point, but you know, it's okay. The goal at some point here is to have DMF and Cree lights in here, but we're waiting on stock, you know, until they get in stock. The pad you want, this is the Matt Mormon approved pad, Incredipad XL. We're working on developing, if you watched the video yesterday, the deli pad, or deli, this is the deli mitt. They're working on a deli pad. The difference is softer. So this they designed for really, really soft, easily scratchable paints. I still think this is better. We're developing a pad for this in this sort of material. But if you have like a black S2000 or something, I think you want this version. And so we should have the mitt for early first quarter next year. I'm sorry, the pad version. And the pad's gonna be about 1.5 inches and 2 inches smaller than this one in order to lighten it up, because the weight of this, because it has more microfiber content, it does weigh quite a bit more when it gets wet. These Adams Hex pads for doing your Colonite 845 and your Power Lock, and this puppy. Gosh, I forget about all this great stuff. This is from Flexi Pads. This is something I bring in from UK. We import these. This is the old wheel cleaner. You don't need a lot of these. I've gotten them in the past where I bought 4 or 5 of them. You need like 2. You might need 2 a year. You know, every 6 months, you'll probably need to replace it. Don't wash it. Just use it, rinse it off when you clean your wheels. This is the best, I think, the best wheel cleaning 4-finger mitt. It's a little big and bulky for people with smaller hands, but there's nothing else like this. And you know, they tell you to use it only with pH neutral soap, but I use it with Brake Buster, which is certainly not pH neutral. These things are amazing. I think they're like 10 bucks or something, 10 or 11 bucks, something like that. It's made in the UK, made in Great Britain. They're freaking awesome. You need that in your life. Let's see, what else we got over here? This is fun, reminding me of all the stuff that we have. These are Incredibrush replacements. Again, this is like a pipe dream. You buy the Incredibrush, the freaking brush lasts forever. So some people buy a bunch of these. You don't need a bunch of them, maybe one extra. Every 2 years you might need to replace it. So it's one of those things that you kind of think you need, but you don't need a lot of them. Brake Buster, P&S interior cleaner, Green Star, which we also sell in 5 liter, and Fresh Up. So Green Star is the APC that I use. It seems I change APCs all the time. I very rarely use APCs. Really, I clean the engine and wheel wells occasionally, but I know a lot of you have to use APCs more often than I do. If you have, buying used cars or if you're detailing for a living, Green Star is probably your go-to for a lot of stuff. I would highly suggest you not use all-purpose cleaners on the interior, but I know a lot of you do. It's terrible for leather. It's terrible for dashes. I know many of you dilute it and use it for interiors. I would use dedicated interior cleaners for that, but do what you want. Fresh Up is awesome as it smells like laundry detergent, but FU it doesn't translate well. Fresh Up is great for like interior scents. Use it with sort of spritz down the like if you have some weird funk, like some puke in your car or something like that, that's what this is for. Use this in combination with your vacuum or your extractor, or use this, just spray it on straight up, and then throw some baking soda or baking powder, not baking soda, and then vacuum it out the next day and then spray it again. This stuff works really well. Ulex is this is like the sledgehammer. You want to use this in a well-ventilated area, but this would be for like taking adhesive off of wheel weights. Just be careful with this stuff. But I always have a bottle of this when Tarex isn't enough and you need something to really attack adhesive. This stuff is freaking great. Hides Rust Stopper. I'm testing, I want to see the difference. I think it's going to be a neat video. I want to test the difference between, I need to get somebody to bring up like a 911, like with steel brakes. Rust Stopper, Hides Rust Stopper versus Bilt Hamber's Animac, which are both rust inhibitors, corrosion inhibitors. On most of my cars now, because Brake Buster does have a corrosion inhibitor in it, I don't find that my rotors tend to rust over as much now. I really only have 2 cars at the moment, but when I generally have more cars with steel brakes, I find that using Brake Buster helps with the rust over quite a bit. It's a combination of that and Hides Rust Stopper. So generally what I would do, clean the wheels, clean the car, rinse the car off, hit the rotors with Rust Stopper right before I blow dry, and then blow dry the whole car and blow off the rotors is generally how I do it. Iron Buster is my current, seems like I'm always changing out my fallout remover, my Iron X or iron remover. First we were doing Car Pro, then we're doing Fair X, and then we're doing Iron Buster. I feel like there was another couple in between there. It's not a super important product. I mean, you need it for doing your decons and stuff, but it's good. Now this is a super important product. If you don't have this, you freaking buy it. You need to buy this right now. So when you spend all this money on microfiber towels, hopefully you have some nice towels. The problem with current silicon dioxide sealants like the OG Drying Aid, any of them, take any of them, Turtle Wax, Ice, whatever bull crap you're using, all has silicon dioxide or some version of a modern sealant in it. That sealant gets on your towels when you're drying your car, when you're wiping it on, detail sprays and stuff like that, and then that sealant doesn't come out. And so in 4 or 5 or 6 times of use of your towels become loaded up with silicon dioxide, doesn't wash out in the wash cycle because most of your Dreft or Tide Free or even Micro Restore isn't really designed to attack current, modern silicon dioxide spray sealants. So this stuff is Rags to Riches, which is a joint venture between P&S and the rag company. This stuff is amazing. You need to use this on your towels. I know Jeff and the team, Levi, Dane, Anthony, they've been working on this with Dave Phillips for years and have come out with, I think, there's no I think. This is the best product for cleaning your microfiber towels. We sell it in the small, and then we have gallons here somewhere. There's gallons around here somewhere. They keep the gallons in a different spot. Oh no, they're right there. Gallons, right next to it. So get a gallon, get a dispenser bottle, and that's what you need for cleaning your stuff. This stuff is good too. You really need this. I've been talking about this for years. We finally got it. I don't know where we're getting it from. Our margins probably suck. But this is P21S polishing soap, which you'll use for general. So you have Osvo and Metallicut if you have to like restore something. But this is for like general maintenance of your exhaust tips. You're gonna wet the sponge, swash it around on this soap. It's a mild abrasive that's great for shining up your exhaust tips. So this is something you want for that. And we have this in stock. So you definitely want this. It's freaking sweet. Let's see, what else do we have here? These are all our extras. There's our Green Star gallons, refills. The two OG products, we have Drying Aid, which is some iteration of a silicon dioxide spray sealant. This is B&B Blending, which is owned by Adams, which is now owned by Raycon or Raychem or something like that. B&B makes, I would say, probably 30% of the products that you find. P&S is their own blender, so they make their own stuff. There's Warner Chemical, B&B, there's a bunch of other small ones, but Warner and B&B are the two biggies. B&B does all Adam stuff. Warner does, or used to do all Chemical Guy stuff. I don't think they do it anymore. Projet is another one. Projet makes our decon soap. But this product is made by B&B. It's their Slipstream product, which they had on the shelf for years, decades, or maybe a decade or so. And I don't know, we found it, long story, you've heard me tell that story before, but it took the scent, took the color out, because it makes it unstable. But this, I think, currently is the best drying aid on the market. If I find something better, I'll punt this and do something else. So we had to make our own bottle, our own label. At some point, these will be in Pressol bottles. Same thing happened with tire dressing. So this is a silicon dioxide infused, so ceramic tire dressing, as you would say if you're a douchebag, which we're not, or at least try not to be. But this is OG tire dressing. This does have color and scent, and it just smells pretty decent. Makes me angry when I use it. I'm like, well, that smells really good. I don't want to be influenced by scent, but. And then the third product, this is made by a different company called Projet. This is essentially the old Chemical Guys citrus wash, which is a stupid name because it's slightly alkaline. It's not acidic. And so we made it purple because, I don't know, decon and purple seems to make sense. This doesn't have a scent in it. It just smells like whatever it smells like. Super, super lubricative. I think I made up that word. Lots of lubrication, and it's awesome for prepping for polishing or kind of resetting your coating. Great soap. Stoners, you need this. 2, 3, 4 bottles of this. You can get it anywhere. I appreciate you buy it from us. But Stoners, thank you. Stoners is what I use to prep your tires for tire dressing. So we clean our tires, heavy cleaning with Wise Guy, hit with Stoners and a towel. You're gonna ruin the towel, so just keep that in mind. Then follow with OG tire dressing. OG tire dressing is applied by the Detail Factory curveball. That's that big. I don't want to open this up because it's brand new. So you need that combo to take care of your tires. Visible glass, I think best glass cleaner ever. Geon glass cleaner is good. CarPro's glass cleaner is good too. They're probably all some derivation of this isopropyl alcohol solution. McKee's, you don't need a gallon unless you don't want to buy a gallon. It's going to probably go bad before you ever use it. Just buy 32-ounce bottles of this. This makes like 200 gallons of 300 gallons of product, so you don't need a lot of that. Reset, which I don't love, but everybody else loves, so we have frickin' Reset. I use it occasionally. I think it smells like crap. Foam's medium okay. Everybody seems to love it. Reset is slightly acidic, and I think it is. I think it's slightly acidic. So it's a completely different type of soap than GSF, and so GSF is your pH neutral, good old standby, use this all the time. Foam's great, works great in the bucket, it's not terrible on your hands. This stuff is freaking awesome. Smells fantastic, smells like cherries. We sell this in both of these in gallons, or I guess 4 liter for Car Pro, 5 liter for GSF, but this is the standard. This is the standard soap I think you want for doing all of your car wash and stuff. Let's see, over here, tape. There's only one tape to get, and it's the 3M Precision, not the purple stuff. The purple stuff is junk. We discontinued it. Looks like we need to go get some more 2-inch. We probably have it somewhere. But they sell this in like 50 different sizes. I had to break it down and figure out what sizes we need. We sell 2-inch, 1-inch, and then don't buy a lot of this because you're not going to use a lot of this. Just have one of these little 1/4-inch rolls. You want a bunch of these rolls, a couple of 2-inch rolls. So you probably want 4 of these, 2 2-inch rolls, and then 1 of these just to have for polishing. What is this? I don't know what that is. Ooh, this puppy. I figured how much cool stuff we have. I always feel like I don't make enough videos. I make like 12 videos a week and I still feel like I'm missing out on stuff. You need 2 of these. They're just great to have. 2 of them because you have 1 here and 1 over there when you're polishing. But this is the claw tool for brushing pads and applying, buttering your pads products. So you need a couple. I think these are like 16, 18 bucks or something like that, but one of the best tools ever. I love this freaking thing. OG coasters, made out of something called paper stone. They're pretty cool. Apparently we don't have a lot of them, or if we do, we have a lot more stuff, but they have to pull it from above. Detail Factory brush, the large detail brush. For those of you who love brushes, this is the best tire scrub brush. So I bought the sort of the generic, it was a Tough Shine brush for years. Detail Factory made a better one. So we've made that transition. What else do we have over here? Small detail brushes, little baby double pack brushes, leather sanding pad. You need this mainly for Alcantara. So Color Lock sanding pad. Believe it or not, you sand Alcantara. I love it when I see people comment on videos. You don't sand Alcantara. I said, yes, you do. You need this for sanding Alcantara. This for lugs. Also, I sort of use this as a combination for tire dressing as well. So I have 1 for tire dressing and one for cleaning lugs and rotors and calipers and all that kind of crap. The current favorite clay bar, and then current favorite clay system. I think we're going to make the transition to, we got to get the Rag Company stuff, but the Rag Company's towel and scrub mitt, I think we're going to make the transition to, but these are my favorite. The Nanoskin is the originator of this tech to sort of replace a clay bar. Having a clay bar is still a good thing to have, and so the Kush Chemi one's really cool. I just like how this is 200 grams. I just like how it functions. It's a decent clay bar. I mean, clay bars are not all that different. There's some bad ones, but I like the container. So that's why we have that. The full Color Lock system, I'm telling you, if you have leather that's 3 years or older, you need leather protector. If you have leather, any leather, you need leather shield. So you absolutely need shield. So you probably just buy 1 of each of these. And then you need mild cleaner and you need strong cleaner. And I would start with these 4. You know, these 3 if you have a brand new car. But I would start with these 3. And then you need the brush. Where's the brush? I think we have the brush in a different spot. Or maybe it's supposed to be in here. That's easy detail, easy detail. I don't know where anything is anymore. This is a good little reacclimation here. So there's a brush, which we have somewhere around here. Those guys know where it is. They have it in some strategic location. But this for taking care of your leather. You don't need anything else. You don't need any other kind of crap. Occasionally wipe down with P&S interior cleaner, or use the mild cleaner to wipe down. If you have a Tesla, get yourself the artificial stuff, or if you have anything with vinyl. So this is for vinyl care, interior. This is for leather. Leather shield, put leather shield on once every 3 or 4 months, you're in good shape. Clean with mild cleaner, that's how you want to do it. Easy details, you want those. And then the Phoenix light, this is the best, I think the best flashlight ever, the PD35 version 3.0, this, and then the battery kit. This is a good thing to buy because we don't sell a lot of these, but this is a great inspection light for detailing, but just a great light to have. I think it's like 120 bucks or something like that. It might not be that much, but this thing is freaking awesome. The old good old-fashioned tried and true Incredibrush. You need one of these. So this is something to comment about. So this is Incredibrush flat. Incredibrush has a handle that's, somewhat pliable. They do that for a reason. That's the way they like it. Less chance of any damage. You got the new handle, or the stopper is integrated. It used to be like a thing that flopped around that I would always rip off. This comes off, so you can take this and replace it. It's a nice option. If you prefer a sturdier brush, the Detail Factory is this one. I don't want to open this up. But the Detail Factory brush has a terrible cover and a terrible other cover, whatever this cover is. But the brush is stiffer. And so what I do is I buy one of these. So buy one of these puppies, Incredimit, and buy this. And then you take this and you'll cut about 2.25 inches off the tip of this. You just slice it off with a saw. And then that combo is, I think, the best because I like this handle. The handle is more substantial, it's stiffer, but it's a little bit long to take, except the Incredipad version. So you want to. Is that our brush? No, where are our brushes? Around here somewhere. So anyway, I like it better than the Incredibrush version. So if you're looking for my opinion, my experience, take the wheel brush from Detail Factory, slice it off, buy one of the mitts. It's going to cost you more money to do it this way. Or buy one of the replacement covers for the Incredi whatever, and do it that way. What else we got here? We got some Egos. 580. I'm telling you, people, 580. 580, 580. I cannot tell you enough. The 580 is the best version. You want the 580, not the 765, definitely not the 615. The 650 has more output than the 580, but it's super shrill, really annoying. But you want the 580 if you can get your hands on it. So you want this version. We are a dealer for Ego. I know you can buy Ego at Lowe's. You can find crazy deals on them. I really appreciate you spend an extra 10 bucks and buy it from me. But this is the one to get. So if you want to honor the source, I appreciate you buying this puppy from me. This is the best, I think, the best car drying device on the planet. Better than all the other stuff. Better than the Chinese knockoffs of the Metrovac. The Metrovac would be the standard for reverse vacuum, but this is so much more useful also because I always like to blow off the driveway before I wash the car anyway. So you want the 580. Towels are over here. Microfiber package is an old standby for us, so we do wax coating removal, polish removal. So these are low pile polish removal, high pile or super soft polish removal. Depending on what the paint's like, I always like to have a low pile towel if I can help it, but sometimes I've found that the low pile can scratch, or just not do as well. And so I would use the high pile at times on certain paints. For drying, multi-purpose, drying, interior, rinseless, waterless washing, coating removal, These are freaking awesome. You need to get like 5 or 6 of these. I'd get 6 of them. I have 6 in my cabinet, but this for your wheels and tire dressing, and wheels and tires. These are freaking great. A little 12 by 12 tile, awesome. Windows, best window tile ever. Waffle weave with a suede edge from Rag Company. Awesome. And then large, you need like 2 of these puppies. They're really expensive, but a large towel for drying. Keychains. These are, I think, the coolest little key tag ever, made out of anodized aluminum by our friends at a joint venture with our friends at Racing. We have blue and black, blue, and then the black version, and then we have the titanium version, which is pretty sick. And then the old-fashioned lanyards. Tornador, you need a Tornador. If you don't have a Tornador, now's the time to buy one of these. This is for blowing out your pads. I don't want to open this up. You know what it is. If you don't know what a Tornador is, just freaking put one in your cart and order it. You need it. These 5-liter taps, this actually work on the CarPro bottles. A reset, eraser, but these 5-gallon taps, we have them in the store. Just search 5-gallon tap. It works on those 2 types of gallons, and then it works on the big 5-gallon jugs. And then I think we have another version for the GSF bottle as well, but just search for that on the site. Lower bands, what do we got here? Green Star, 5 liters. All our Max Shine stuff. Oh, this stuff. This is another thing you want to get. ASC. This just for cleaning anything. Again, you can do your interior, you can clean glass, you can clean your countertops. It's freaking great. All around surface cleaner. You want this. We sell it in 5 liters as well. Under cabinet lighting. We don't have a lot of that in stock, do we? We must be waiting on a bunch of it. We keep a lot of stuff up high, so we probably have a bunch of it up there. But the MaxLight under cabinet lighting is amazing. And we sell it in, it goes 6, 12, 24, 36, and 48 inches, I believe, are the lengths. But this stuff, I don't want to mess this up. But these lights are freaking awesome for your under cabinets solutions. If you need help with these, just shoot a message to design at obsessedgarage.com. They'll design your under cabinet lighting solution for you, because there's a bunch of 90s and a bunch of different connections you need to figure out. But these are 5,000 Kelvin. You can turn these things on, leave them on forever, and the beauty of them is that they don't need like a big transformer like a lot of under cabinet lights, and you can run them, I think, up to like 12 feet or something like that on a single on a single array. So you can run them longer than that. I think it's 40 feet you can run them, because I've done way more than 12 feet under cabinet. But then we have magnets for them, so you can magnetize them. There's all different types of mounting systems for them. I need to make some videos on those specifically, but this stuff's awesome. What else do we got here? OG hose. We still have Cobra Jets, so we do sell some of the Cobra Jet stuff. We also do the Cobra Jet Gray. But keep in mind that the gray hose is not a smooth jacket. It's not a great hose. A lot of you are just, very color specific, so we do carry the gray. We do sell some of the gray. But the blue hose is the best version from a non-marking perspective, and you can see pretty much everybody's choosing the OG hose. The Cobra Jet is nice, but the OG, I think, is the standard. And then we have them installed with they always pull the jacket back. I forget why my dad said that. I think it's something about for shipping. It's better to keep the jacket like this so people can see that it's torqued. We sell them with Mosmatic fittings, and we sell them with MTM fittings. The Mosmatic fittings add like $100 to the price of the hose, so keep that in mind. We have Cobra Jet jumpers to match the Cobra Jets, and we have the OG jumpers as well. So I mean, I'm choosing the OG. The Cobra Jet is nice as well, but I think the OG is just slightly better, and it has. I don't really care. I make the same amount of money no matter which one you buy, so I don't really care which one you get. But my choice. I like the blue is truer. The Cobra Jet is a little bit slicker, a little smoother. So the OG is a little bit more pliable, but it does have a wax layer on the top of it. All of our fittings have actually, we've minimized fittings. We used to have a ton of different fittings, but now with the advent of actual the 15 millimeter fittings, the 15 millimeter stuff that now exists has eliminated a lot of our adapters, so we need to have all these different adapters in order to make it work. So we don't need those anymore. But we have all of our pressure washer, garden hose, all those type of fittings that we have here for, you know, whatever your needs are. Most of the stuff is all, you know, Tommy built all the packages, so we now have everything is this another word? I'm going to packagized. I'm making up words here. I'm making up words. Sonic, if you want a sampler, if you want to see what Sonic tools are like, I think this is like 40 or 50 bucks or something like that. It's a little sample kit. It's a little foam inlaid sample kit that you can get. We do keep some of these in stock. Krenza gear oil. We do have these, which we rarely do. So this is the plate designed for the Cox reel. This is for the can crank reel for the pressure washer. I think these are like 100 bucks. So we have these in stock, which is a rarity. Oil for the Krenzas, oil for the Comets. I don't think that AR makes a specific oil, so I think you just use like 10W50 on one of those. We sell lots and lots and lots of GSF because it's the best soap, so we do have tons of GSF here. Foam cannons, OG guns, wands, all torqued and taped and set to spec. This is the original, so this is what they're making up at Curated, putting these together. My dad and Justin taping, torquing. Notice the flats are lined up. That's a Maddie request. And then you have the OG spec guns and wands that we'll probably have to restock here about 50 times today. And then some MTM stuff. Nope, there we go. We're stocking it right now. Polishing stuff. I'm about to make a change to polishing. We're going to make a transition from Meguiar's microfiber pads to we're going to make a transition to Rupes. So I'm going to have a meeting about that this coming week. And I think Rupes makes the best foam pads. You pay a premium for them. They come in individual bags, which kind of stinks from a pricing perspective, but it does keep the pads cleaner, nicer, newer. And so the only other we do these Lake Country. Lake Country is the only one who makes 1 inch and 2 inch microfiber pads, but we're going to be pretty much all Rupes pads because I think they're the best. Rupes machines. You still want, I think, an LHR 15, but we're making the transition to to cordless. I am personally. So HLR 75, 15 millimeter Milwaukee, and PXE 80. I think you still want one of those to sitting around. You won't use it as much, and then a nano. You want the nano stuff. Where are the nanos? We might have nanos coming. There's nanos up there. Where are the nanos? There they are. Nano, that's the long neck. And the short neck, I think we generally special order because I almost always recommend the long neck. You can see Tim putting together a OG spec, probably a 4.0 nozzle. That might be a 4. Okay, so generally they'll have to put it, we'll make the 4.0s up Curated, but if there's a weird size, like, so we'll make the 4.0s and 5.0s, 3.0s, so they'll be pre-made, but then the pickers will have to throw one together real quickly if we have some special request. Press-all stuff is here. Tons of press-all bottles in stock. Grit guard stuff for a bucket package, tool grid. You're about to see a lot more with tool grid coming up here. Our garden hose stuff, we now have 100 footers, we have 75 footers, we have garden hoses in stock, whatever you need. So we are making these now, and now that we're making them, look how much prettier they are. They're not getting all beat up and all dirty and crap. So my dad and Justin are building those up at Curated, and so now we have larger sizes. This is Continental Frontier. I have another discussion with Continental, my Continental rep, about F5. We're going to be making the transition to F5 inlet and long hoses, but nothing yet. Prior hose bibs in stock. So the prior hose stuff. I talked about this yesterday. You want this thing. Kira 1. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them left. We'll probably have more inbound, but you want this. This one's nice too, for a few bucks less, the regular digital tire inflator, but I think you want the Akira one. It's like 130 or 140 bucks, something like that. Get one of these. And then I like having a, regular, this is just like a digital little tire gauge. And then they also have the, what's this one? I think this is the regular one. Oh no, this is the, just a tire inflator. Good, simple, old school tire inflator. The PCL stuff is nice. This is the freaking jam right here, though. These things are so good. The old standard P164. If you're building a house, do these. This is the close coupled version. Depending on what your house looks like and where you live, you may want to do a extended frost preventer, but that thing is great. Is this the close coupled or the 4-inch? Yeah, this is the close coupled version. So this is the shortest version they make. So you do need some room in your wall to put that. But we have the P114s. We have the dual anti-siphon bibs, the dual bibs as well. In all different sizes. That's the sort of underrated, the floor scrubber, floor cleaner from Mosmatic up there. And all our apparels here, we got the new minimalist shirts. These are sick. So just a simple embroidered OG hex, and we have them in green. We have them in, I think, navy. We got them in a bunch of different colors now. A lot of these are for the giveaway. But we have all our apparel here, which I'll pull from. I'm telling you, you buy one of these shirts. We have some new dialed in colors as well. We have gray, blue, I think red. So we did a bunch of different dialed ins. Navy dialed in. I'm telling you, this will be the best shirt that you own. So buy one, try it out, and you'll have 10 of them. And if you don't like logos, you can buy the minimalist ones. But these are all printed on Los Angeles, either American Apparel or generally Los Angeles Apparel. The two best shirt fits, the two best shirt cuts, and best quality shirts, on the planet. You can see, like, this is the minimalist black. Such a cool shirt. Some people don't like a lot of logos, just a little embroidered. We have Egos. Looks like we're 580s are rolling out of here. Don't buy the 615, don't buy the 650. Either buy the 580 or the 530 if you want to save a few bucks. I'm telling you, the 615s, the 650s, they're not as good. The 765 would be like the second best version if you just have to have the best spec. We do have some Flex vacuums. Flex vacuums will come back over here. They were restocking some shirts. Tons and tons of Cox hose reels, so we should be in stock on all that. And then all the Milwaukee stuff. I might do, when we do an AMA later this afternoon, I'll probably do we'll do a Milwaukee discussion about, kind of pull out all my tools, and Mike and I will maybe talk a little bit about that. And we have tons of audio in stock. We've thinned this out quite a bit to stock a lot of the stuff that we have, or that we sell most of. The new PowerNode Edge, I need to take one of these over and test this thing out. The PowerNode Edge is freaking awesome. So I think it's like 600 bucks. So they did a more affordable version of the PowerNode. So the combination of PowerNode Edge and a set of AM or P5s is incredible. So if you did PowerNode Edge, P5, SB or PB 1000, probably SB 1000 from SVS, and you've got a killer combination. So I'm going to test those out and make a video on that here soon. So I think that's it for the warehouse. I wanted to kind of show you what's going on. We have flex polishers. You really want to get the power cord, the ProLock power cord. We have tons of those in stock. Get yourself a 25, 50, and 100 footer. I think you want one of each. But these things are great. A little easier to see in blue. But you have the power, the lock-on power lock cord, the OG version. You need Again, you want a 25, a 50, and 100. You want one of each size. But yeah, I think that's the tour of the warehouse. Putting some. Those are Mosmatics. Those are like gold right there. That's a $45 piece of masterpiece right there. Those are the for outlets of pressure washers, 14 millimeter. What day are we on our orders here?
Friday now.
Oh, we're into Friday? Nice.
A little bit, sort of.
Yeah.
Other than orders we weren't able to do.
Yeah, there's going to be some orders from Thursday that, we're missing some product or something like that. That'll go on the stack with RYS, and we'll dig through those as products should roll in here. So, yeah, keep buying. Thanks for your support, and we'll be guest back live at noon. So, put your questions together, and we'll sit down and talk about whatever you want to talk about. We'll see you in a couple hours.
Hey guys, welcome back to Legit Street Cars. Today I'm in Jamestown, North Dakota, 800 miles away from where I live to pick up my new tow rig, a 2012 Chevy Express van that I'm going to build and boost to the tune of 1,000 horsepower. So Peter and I just flew in. And I actually bought this van a couple of months ago, but I wasn't able to make it out until now. So the guy just mailed me a key fob and the title, and he said it would be here at this place of business, which I'm not 100% sure if it's even open. But anyway, he said the key fob works, but it's been 2 months. It works.
It's good.
It's good. Okay, so maybe we have good batteries here. So this thing was only, okay, hang on, Peter, hang on. That works too. So this van was only $4,000. And if you look up the book value of a 2012 Express 3500, and this is the higher trim level with the chrome bumpers and everything, it books out for like $17,000 in good condition. So I thought this was too good to be true, but it didn't look like it had any rust, which was my main prerequisite for buying one of these. But he did list it as having a 2012 Express 3500, and this is the higher trim level with the chrome bumpers and everything. It books out for like $17,000 in good condition. So I thought this was too good to be true, but it didn't look like it had any rust, which was my main prerequisite for buying one of these. But he did list it as having a 2012 Express 3500, and this is the higher trim level with the chrome bumpers and everything. It books out for like $17,000 in good condition. So I thought this was too good to be true, but it didn't look like it had any rust, which was my main prerequisite for buying one of these. But he did list it as having a 2012 Express 3500, and this is the higher trim level with the chrome bumpers and everything. It books out for like $17,000 in good condition. So I thought this was too good to be true, but it didn't look like it had any rust, which was my main prerequisite for buying one of these. But he did list it as having a 2012 Express 3500, and this is the higher trim level with the chrome bumpers and everything. It books out for like $17,000 in good condition. So I thought this was too good to be true, but it didn't look like it had any rust, which was my main prerequisite for buying one of these. But he did list it as having a 2012 Express 3500, and this is the higher trim level with the chrome bumpers and everything. It books out for like $17,000 in good condition. So I thought this was too good to be true, but it didn't look like it had any rust, which was my main prerequisite for buying one of these. But he did list it as having a 2012 Express 3500, and this is the higher trim level with the chrome bumpers and everything. It books out for like $17,000 in good condition. So I thought this was too good to be true, but it didn't look like it had any rust, which was my main prerequisite for buying one of these. But he did list it as having a 2012 Express 3500, and this is the higher trim level with the chrome bumpers and everything. It books out for like $17,000 in good condition. So I thought this was too good to be true, but it didn't look like it had any rust, which was my main prerequisite for buying one of these. But he did list it as having a 2012 Express 3500, and this is the higher trim level with the chrome bumpers and everything. It books out for like $17,000 in good condition. So I thought this was too good to be true, but it didn't look like it had any rust, which was my main prerequisite for buying one of these. But he did list it as having a 2012 Express 3500, and this is the higher trim level with the chrome bumpers and everything. It books out for like $17,000 in good condition. So I thought this was too good to be true, but it didn't look like it had any rust, which was my main prerequisite for buying one of these. But he did list it as having a 2012 Express 3500, and this is the higher trim level with the chrome bumpers and everything. It books out for like $17,000 in good condition. So I thought this was too good to be true, but it didn't look like it had any rust, which was my main
All right, we're still live here on Black Friday weekend. How are our sales doing? We slow down. We always slow down on Saturdays a bit. Let's see how we're doing here. We're going to be doing a Ask Me Anything. Yeah, we got 139 orders today. Ended up with 924 yesterday and like 400 or so the day before. There's 100 of you shopping right now, but the sale's still on. 10% off, free shipping. We got us a little bit of a working AMA here. We're trying to fix the squeak on the rear of the, well, Mike's trying to fix the squeak on the rear of the Raptor. I'm having an existential discovery here on do I swap Raptors, pay extra for a Gen 2 or Gen 3? I think I just need to be patient here. So here's what I've been thinking about. I've been thinking about, so Michelle's Raptor, which I shouldn't care about. I mean, look how freaking dirty this thing is. It's disgusting. So I've been thinking about, I really would like to just get a stock Gen 3 because this has a lift on it. And so option one, leave it alone. Just kind of fix the little squeak in the rear, which is pretty common on Raptors. Option two, do a de-douching of the suspension, which would be pretty complicated because to put this BDS suspension on the thing, the lift, you have to cut some of the differential mounts. So I'd have to do some welding and all kinds of crazy crap. But I talked to RPG about that. That's option two. It costs probably $6,000 or $8,000 to do that. Option three is trade it and get a Gen 3. And I think I'm going to do option four, which is nothing. Just fix this. Well, maybe that was that option one? Maybe that was option one. So we're going to stick to option one. So, and then maybe actually have it washed because it's a gosh darn disaster. And then, drive it for a year and a half, wait for all this craziness because every single Raptor was somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 markup. So you idiots are still doing that? So I was kind of having fun with them. I said, well, so what do I get? So I'm going to spend, I pay you $16,000. Well, what are you going to do for me? And then they didn't know what to say. It was the funniest thing ever. So so what do I get for all that extra money? And I just kept asking that. And the one guy was pretty clever. He said, well, you get a Raptor. I said, but what about the Raptor costs $87? What am I getting for my 100? Well, it's just the market. It's just the way it is. So I said, so what are you guys going to do when, we switch to internet-only orders? What's your plan? Have you started looking for a second career? What's your game plan? That's me such a jerk about it. Yeah, so anyway, it's so freaking stupid. Like they don't know anything about the truck. They don't even know what the 37 off-road package is. They have no idea. How do you not know the price, the model number? How do you not know all of that if you're selling Fords? Like you've got like 10 cars. Am I being a bit too demanding here? So I got to pay $16,000 as extra to some Dumbo who doesn't even know what a Raptor is. Like it just makes no sense. And those idiots, they always option it with the darn sunroof. Like what? No, the sunroof just leaks. You don't want the sunroof. They're so stupid. So yeah, anyway, I'm gonna choose whatever option that was. That means do nothing. Option, have Mike fix it and me not think about it. That's the option. Have Trevor wash it and have Michelle just drive it. Yeah, I need to get it aligned though, and I need to get new tires because I ruined the tires by not getting an alignment done. Are these the original tires? No, these have like 10,000 miles on them.
Yeah, I noticed they were coming.
Yeah.
They were quacking you out.
Also, she doesn't seem to care, so maybe I should just leave it alone. Option Z. Just close your eyes and hope. So, yeah. I'm trying to... I've got the BBS wheels. I've got like 4 or 5 things left here. I still have the pulses, the Vault, the 2 sound bars. I sold the Borla exhaust. I just posted the BBS wheels. So I'm almost cleaned up. I'll probably have some fire deals on some Sonic hand tools as I kind of organize this. I have some fire deals on some of the Ego blowers as I start to organize. But I'm starting to feel really good about my life getting organized. Once Mike fixes the Raptor, we're going to start getting the lights done at the garage. It'd be really awesome that when the list of cabinets come, that like I don't have 4,000 other things going on at once. Like I can accept the list of cabinets and talk about them and take my time with it. I think I'd really like that. And I've really gotten into, I had a lot of fun polishing the E36, so I'm looking forward. My G80 should be here either late tonight or early tomorrow morning. I'm looking forward to polishing that and playing with some new built hammer stuff and playing with, well, old but new to me built hammer stuff. And polishing again. I'm gonna have to actually polish this like a regular, detailer because I gotta get the thing done. It can't take 3 weeks to do it. So anyway, what questions we got? We got anything interesting?
There's always something interesting in the chat. Jason Trump wants to know, Matt, is a hamburger a sandwich?
I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have. I'm sure that's a pet peeve of some people. So it would make sense that definition-wise it would be, and then you have 2 pieces of bread and a piece of meat in the middle. So it would be a hamburger sandwich. It's a real working garage here.
Chris Keener wants to know,
We don't do any work here.
Matt,
we don't use
are you
tools.
into other high-end stuff like watches such as Rolex, Pateks, APs?
Nope. I want to like watches, but I don't know. I don't like wearing it. I don't wear a wedding ring. I don't wear watches. I don't wear jewelry. I don't wear necklaces. I bought an Apple Watch 2 different times. Try to wear that. Just not my bag. I'm just not into it.
Pete Zeke says, we know you're a fan of the JRE podcast. Are you also a fan of Joe's comedy or comedy in general? Any other comedians you enjoy?
I try to, but I don't find that very funny. I'll watch some of the stuff on Netflix. I certainly wouldn't go to a comedy show. It's too awkward for me. I like Andrew Schultz a lot. I think he's interesting when he messes with crowds, but yeah, I don't really take time to watch that. I'd rather watch Heartland. A little simpler, a little more serious.
Grandpa with his wisdom.
Yeah, I like the wisdom. I was watching a show I just watched was Graham Hancock's Ancient Apocalypse, which he was on Rogan recently. I like that. I like stuff like that. Historical documentaries. That's how you know you're turning into an old man. Yeah, it's real good stuff. It's it's good napping weather.
Carrie Stone wants to know, do you have Christmas lights installed on your house?
Absolutely not. I will never do that. It's such a waste of time. You spend money, time, energy, or you hire somebody. No, I'm not doing it.
Are we going to sell toasters?
Oh, I'd like that. Toasters.
What kind of toaster do you like, Matt?
I have a Wolf. I like the Wolf toaster a lot. Yeah, it's interesting, the whole coffee conundrum. We haven't launched the video yet where I talk about the thought process there. I have no interest in that, but I have this platform, and I have all these people that are interested in very specific things. And if you're going to do it, you need to do it right. And I don't have any interest, but I have the platform, I have the website, I have all the humans here that can deliver. So the question is, we're going to test this out with this coffee nonsense. Can we bring in an outside expert, utilize the platform to provide people a solution that I don't have any interest in? Is that jumping the shark? Is that a value? I tend to lean toward the idea that it has some value. We brought in experts to do things like, dent removal, which is interesting, or yard, the lawn care nut. I've been talking with experts on different things forever. The question, is it viable to again, make that transition to selling something that I don't give two craps about. Knowing that I'm pretty good at vetting the person, even though he is Luke's one of the dirty E36 bro. You know, I was razzing on yesterday. So is that transition to providing external solutions that fit like something odd, like Destination OG is an extension, you know, the housewares, the things that I have a real interest in, is an extension of the garage to me. You know, where do you draw the line? You know, I start selling dolphin necklaces and stuff. I mean, where do you draw the line? I'm not sure. And I don't know, this seems to make sense because these houses that I plan to build, I thought you could just, like, people are, you know, some of the people that stayed there early bought like just a temporary Mr. Coffee from Walmart just so they could get their fix. You know, you people that are on, you know, hooked on this crack don't have a choice but to pursue it. And so there's a fine line between hospitality and enabling. And I don't know, I just think that it's something that probably needs to exist. It's like an appliance in the house that probably needs to be there. So you can see I've had some internal struggles on this whole thing. But I think that we're going to test it out and see how it works.
Cuz on Instagram says, I watched a couple of your desk review YouTube videos and I was wondering, why did you choose Uplift? Have you seen Desk House desks? And what are your thoughts on it if you have? Currently in search of the best and most stable stand-up desk, and just like you, I'm willing to pay any price for that premium product.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, from what I can tell, there's like 2 Chinese manufacturers of these things, right? And Uplift's presentation, Uplift to me has been a known quantity. I've seen a lot of the others that are pretty much the same base. I haven't seen the brand that he's talking about, but the Uplift commercial, I just can't see anything else that could be provided in a stand-up desk other than maybe some sort of channel down the leg to run wiring. I chose Uplift early on, and then now we have lots of time, and we have 20 plus of Uplift desks here, and I think we've had one fail. And we use them in the warehouse where they're up and down 500 times a day. And so there's a little bit of known quantity there. But I do think about a lot, like, am I missing out on something great that I just haven't seen because I've been so comfortable in what works? But yeah, I bought an Uplift. I guess it was probably 2015 when I originally bought one for my Raymond James office. I bought one before that. I guess it would have been, I'm trying to think when I got my first one. I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess it'd be the one in the podcast studio, whatever that was. But yeah, I mean, I think it's the best base frame for a desk. But if you find something better, let me know.
BJ on Instagram says, I see you sell the Milwaukee orbital tool for polishing. How do you like it? I have a black truck that has swirls and would like to get rid of them. Any suggestions or tips on products? New to the detailing game. How does the orbital compare to the flex or the torque?
Yeah, so there's 3 types of movements in polishing. There's rotary, which rotary is learned in months and years, not hours. There's forced rotation, which is probably the easiest gear-driven forced rotation, which would be Flex's, claim to fame. Flex sort of pioneered that. The forced rotation stuff is easier to learn how to use from scratch, but not as comfortable and ergonomic to use. And then sort of what's become the industry standard, if you will, in paint correction is long throw dual action. And so dual action polishing is my preference. It's what I learned on with a Porter cable and then at Griot's Garage and then several different Griot's versions and now onto Rupes and then into some of this cordless stuff like Milwaukee. So I would choose cordless. I just put a video up on the channel talking about the 3 machines that I would buy. So your first machine, 5-inch Milwaukee 15 millimeter, the 15, not the 21, which is a 5-inch backing plate. And then you would use Rupes foam pads with that, which is a 6-inch face, 5-inch back. The hook and loop, or the sort of Velcro, if you will, the Velcro backing plate. So Milwaukee 15, the new HLR 75 cordless from Rupes is $405. That would be your next choice. Next machine you would get, and then the third machine would be the Rupes, the Nano, the little 1-inch guy. Those would be the three machines those are the three machines I'm going to use on the G80. Basically the three machines that I used on the E36 that I just did. So just go to the site right now. It's on sale. Get a big thing of Perfect Finish, a big thing of Jescar Correction Compound. Get 3 2-packs of 5-inch Meguiar's microfiber cutting pads. Get 6 Rupes yellow foam pads, and get the Milwaukee 15. That'll get you started. Then start to buy the 3-inch and 1-inch machines, and then the pads that go with them. So Meguiar's microfiber cutting, Rupes yellow, and you can get, if you did your Jescar Correction Compound on the microfiber cutting pads, and if you did then followed with next Perfect Finish and the Rupes yellow, even if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get a pretty awesome result.
Improved Garage Super Chat for $5 says, thoughts on the Lake Country Pad Cleaner System 4000? I just ordered one to try it out. And then I just wanted to add, before you started selling your pads dirty, how did you used to clean them?
The pad cleaner, I don't like those things. I don't think they really work. The pad cleaner was really designed, and they came up with it. I think Ivan LaCroix was the one who sort of first introduced it. The idea of you clean your pad out after each pass, so you clean it in water. I just find it to be messy. I don't like it. It doesn't really work very well. It certainly doesn't give you a full cleaning of the pad. It could be like a superficial, like a pre-cleaning before you go take them to the sink and wash them. And so what I do to clean pads, if I were to clean them, I'd have my Rupes brush. So I'd have the brush, the pad brush. I have a bottle of Rags to Riches or Micro Restore, diluted like 1-to-1, so pretty aggressive, pretty non-diluted. So 1-to-1 water to Rags to Riches. And then I'd have that in a spray bottle, and then I have some Dawn. So I take the Dawn, I swirl it on there, I try to rinse out the pad as much as possible in as hot a water as I can stand. Then I'll spray the pad down with the Rags to Riches diluted 1-to-1 and pad brush scrub it, and then try to get all the soap out. That's the plan. And then you'll wring them out and let them dry. You don't want to put them in the washer or anything like that.
Alex wants to know, was your G80 PPF'd by Phil at Detailer's Domain? Saw he worked on the exact same spec car.
No, my car, Phil's in New Jersey. I'm here in Florida. My car is in South Carolina getting picked up today, the next hour or two. And it'll be, I'm going to paint correct it, and then it'll be PPF'd at Auto Paint Guard down here in Tampa.
Enthusiast 2024 wants to know, I want to know how Matt did in undergrad as an electrical engineer. Did you love it? Did you struggle? Do you wish you pursued a career in electrical engineering?
Yeah, engineering. So I've told this story many times. When I went to Villanova, I didn't know how to study. I didn't take notes. In high school, I just showed up. I didn't take books home, ever. I didn't take homework home. I would just kind of figure it out. I would either do the homework while the teacher was teaching for the next day if I knew what it was going to be, or I would do it like in the next class, just like get it done, or I would have somebody give it to me somehow. I was pretty convincing at, including others in my my academic pursuit. And so when I got to Villanova, I didn't know how to study. And then engineering, it's a lot more. I'm not smart enough to just show up and understand it. So I don't know that I would say I struggled because I didn't really work at it. I just showed up, listened, got what I got. And I usually learned the material after the test, but thank God for the curve, so I would get 40s, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50%. But because engineering school is so complicated, they grade on the curve. So I think I graduated with like a C average or something like that. I never got a C in my life till I went to college. And the C seemed acceptable to me. I was learning how to solve problems. So the path to become an engineer, I wasn't interested in that. I mean, engineers make, not a whole heck of a lot of money, even really high quality engineers. Where you start to make money as an engineer is if you're like an engineer attorney, or you're an engineer and you start your own business as an engineering firm, or if you become, management, which most engineers aren't cut out for. So I quickly learned how to sell in college. I was selling high-end home theater. So I got to think like an engineer, but I didn't have to be an engineer. And so I took the commissioned route, where I never had a salary. I was always a commissioned employee since I took that first job, and I've always worked off of some sort of spread, which now is the same thing when I do now. I buy products wholesale and I sell them retail, and whatever spread I make, a net of the net of labor is what I can make. So the sky's the limit there when you own a business. So engineering, I don't think I would choose another path. I think it taught me how to problem solve, and it was the hardest choice. So I don't read fast enough to be a lawyer. I'm afraid of the doctor, so going to medical school is not an option. And so engineering would be the next hardest thing, or maybe hardest thing. We'll see. And so I chose that path because I thought I was well suited to be an engineer. I was really good at math. I was really interested in math. I was interested in problem solving. What I wasn't interested in is the engineering struggle. So I just didn't do it. I just didn't struggle. I just figured out a way to get whatever needed to get done in order to get the diploma, and I have the diploma, and the diploma opened a lot of doors for me. And if I could do it again, I probably would choose engineering, but I certainly wouldn't be an engineer.
Colby on Instagram wants to know, do you ever see the car dealership model in the U.S. getting fixed? Way over MSRP is dumb.
It's going to fail. It has to fail. This, to me, reminds me of other, boom and busts, right? So whenever anything goes parabolic, like the price of cars and the ability for dealerships to be able to make ridiculous sums of money, just look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin was pretty much guaranteed to collapse. Just anything when the chart goes like this, of any security like Lucent or Qualcomm in the early 2000s, real estate prices in 2000 through 08. When you have a particular security that goes parabolic, you tend to have a collapse. And so we've seen that with Bitcoin. What was the question about? What was I talking about?
The car.
Yeah, thank you. The collapse of dealership. So we've seen that. I knew I was talking about something. I was getting to some point. The cars have appreciated ridiculously. Now, some of them have reverted to a new mean. Like, I think Speciales, like 458 Speciale, GT3 RS 4.0. I'm just talking about the cars that I want. There's certain cars, E92 M3s, E46 M3s, E30 M3s. So there's certain cars that have reverted to a new mean. Inflation has boosted the price of them. The overabundance of cash, the ability to borrow lots of money, has caused pricing to increase substantially. But I would wager if you polled, 1,000 people that were in the market to buy a BMW or an Audi or a Ford, if you polled those people, the percentage that would choose to go to a dealership and deal with all the bullcrap games, the percentage of people that would choose that versus Tesla or Rivian or Lucid or the EV model, where I go to Tesla.com, I pay $1,000 or $100. With Rivian, it was $1,000. I think Tesla's $100. I pay $100 on the spot, put my credit card number in, I choose the spec. There's like 7 options, 5 options. I choose the spec, and then they immediately spring into action. I go and I pick up the car at a delivery facility, which they hand you the card. They have you watch a bunch of videos before you show up, and they hand you the card. There's a few people there if you're an idiot, you need to be babysat. There's a few people there to help you babysit you as they deliver it, and you go home. And there's none of the nonsense dealership bull crap. And it's the same conversation I had with these guys. Like, okay, there's a $16,000 markup on a Raptor. What do I get for that? I get the privilege to give you more money to do nothing, but to know nothing about the car and to be annoying and to have have stock. Because in the old days you couldn't order a car. You'd have to buy something from the lot, and so there's a lot of risk there. They'd have a floor plan. They'd have to borrow a lot of money. They'd have to have all these cars on the lot. But no one should want to buy a car off a lot ever. You should always want to order it. And that's the way it should be. That's the way it should go. That way they don't build too many cars. They don't build wasted cars. It's a much more efficient model for the manufacturers. Cut these losers out. Get them out of the system. So I think that this is a sort of a parabolic last hurrah for these people that are stuck in 1975. And their justification is that, you could buy this car for me and flip it. Well, this is a once in a generation thing where there was a supply chain issue, there's inflationary elements, there were cars not being produced because no one was working. So this is a once in a lifetime thing that I guess, maybe if they're looking at it that this is their last hurrah, that they've got to cash out. But I can't wait for the dealership model to go away and go toward a model like Tesla. It's going to be fantastic. Why can't I just go on to Porsche.com, place an order for a GT3 RS, and I get one or I don't? And the quicker you get on and place the order, the better chance you have of getting the car. None of this like dealers flipping to other dealers and all this nonsense. It's such bull crap. Can't wait for that to go away.
Mason on Instagram wants to know, I see the new Ultraviolet G80 M3 has xDrive. Would you recommend the all-wheel drive or the rear-wheel drive for the 2 Series chassis? Why did you choose the xDrive for the G80?
I bought xDrives just because I don't think I had an option. Yeah, you don't have an option on the Yaray version, so I really didn't have any build options. All I had a choice was color, seats, and brakes. And I had an allocation for this version of the car, which kind of sprung out of nowhere. But if I were to buy one for me, I would buy a manual rear-wheel drive non-competition package and just tune it. Yeah, because I'm going to change the suspension anyway. So the comp package really doesn't matter. I'm in for it. I'd always choose a rear-wheel drive option. The thing that kind of stinks that I didn't realize is that you can switch to rear-wheel drive mode on the xDrive car, but then it turns off all of your traction control and stability control aids. I don't like that.
FDB wants to know, Matt, I believe motorcycles are not your jam, but wonder if you will ever build a whole set tools, detail, lift solutions.
For a motorcycle, yeah, probably not. I just wouldn't be the right guy to do that. That is another one of these things where maybe we bring in an outside expert in the future as we mature and have our solutions fully vetted and we're looking for other opportunities. In the meantime, I don't see that happening, but at some point in the future, it's a possibility.
Does Newspawn offer a motorcycle lift?
I don't think so. Newspawn doesn't, no.
Tool Wrangler says hello from Calgary and that they also started in engineering. That's our friends over there.
I'm about to start organizing, so I need to get like 100 of those things.
We'll let them know.
So yeah, I think Tommy may have already ordered. I'm not sure.
Ian Gray wants to know, my G80 has its run-in service this week. Not that I've been driving it any differently other than making sure it's up to temps.
Yeah.
Are you planning to have this done on yours before it goes to Helen?
No, I can't. I won't have it done. I mean, it'll be 6, 10, 12, 2 years before I get that done. I need to start doing a little research to see if I can just do it my frickin' self. I mean, it's change the oil, change the diff, change the trans maybe. You probably don't even need to change the trans on the ZF. and inspect, which is nonsense. So I'm hoping that I can just do it with a tool of some sort. I got to ask Sean at PSI to see if I can do something I can just do myself.
Blake says, I want to get the OG bucket package, but I have a sloped driveway. Should I just not get the dollies?
No, you should get the dollies and you just leave the brakes on all the time and just kind of drag it around and just replace the wheels every couple of years. But yeah, I mean, I've had sloped driveways and had the just put the brakes on. So yeah, you still want the dollies.
Alex says the broker model is fantastic. Cuts the dealership bullcrap.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we don't need the dealership. Have service centers, and that's it. Service centers for warranty work and service work, and get rid of these giant monstrosities that are everywhere, and just have a delivery center. The cars show up at the delivery center, and it's built to order. Every car is built to order.
Everett says, I just wanted to say thank you. Watching you over the past 6 months has led me to opening up a shop. We open our doors December 1st, and you can't wait.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I don't know what I have to do with that, but you're welcome for watching this crap.
I guess it's because you're inspirational, huh?
Well, I'm just being me, doing me. And I think there is value in sharing acquired knowledge, right? And acquired knowledge eventually becomes some form of wisdom. And I am, acquiring that knowledge, and the body of knowledge is of some value. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a business, right? We wouldn't have, or wouldn't be selling products today. So I think that I get why, someone might say that. I appreciate that. And it's part of the reason why I'm sharing this story. If no one was interested, then we wouldn't be doing this. So I think that this was a big epiphany for me when I went crazy for the first time, was to just put myself out there and have some way to connect with people.
RT says, just bag the Raptor and get a Rivian R1T.
Yeah, I have an R1T on order, but I think that it's a little too small, for what Michelle prefers. But I would like to have the Rivian as like a family flex vehicle. So I have one on order. We'll see, when I get it. I changed it from the SUV to the truck version, so I should get it sooner.
AMG wants to know, why doesn't Matt wear a wedding ring?
Well, my ring got too small because my hand got too fat, and I just never got it resized. And I realized I don't want to wear that crap. What do I need to wear that for? I don't do anything else that everybody else does. So what's the point?
Borge Bingo wants you to say, smash that like button.
I will not say that.
HMTCS14 says, as you mentioned, you've met a lot of pushback for Destination OG. Can you share on why you believe it's a viable idea for your business? I, for one, fell in love with all the content and products to come.
Read that all again. I couldn't hear any of that. Something about falling in love with Destination OG.
As you mentioned, you've met a lot of pushback for Destination OG. Mm-hmm. Can you share on why you believe it's a viable idea for your business? Mm-hmm. I, for one, love all the content and the products to come.
So, the concept started where, I was in the mountains. We had an OG driving event, and I was in the car with my friend Brian Orr, and we were talking about, he was talking about one of his dreams was to have a bunch of rentals, because he had an air conditioning business and a remodel and a construction business. So he has all the trades available to build a bunch of rentals. And I had talked about, I was talking to him about, I said, well, my vision is I wanted to build a community. I don't want to buy like 200 acres and build 100 homes in a community, and each home would have a 4-car garage and like a 1,500 square foot home attached to it. And no one would live there full time. And I thought that there's a myriad of problems with that idea, but the concept would be no go-kart tracks, no weirdness. You would also have likely a big storage facility in the middle of it, so that way you could, bulk store cars and boats and things like that there for the people that came there. But there's a couple of problems with the community concept, in that I couldn't sell the homes to other people because they wouldn't do it right. But to build and to develop, hundreds of acres with 100 homes would be, $100 million. So a huge risk. And so I would have to retain ownership, and then we would have to have a whole property management company, and it's just a little bit too much to bite off at one time. And so I forget when the concept of Destination OG, the idea that, well, if I did one house and if it was a garage with a house attached to it, that Destination OG would be a place or something where I could start to share some of these other things that I have an interest in. So it really started with lighting. Lighting is so complicated and so annoying. Choosing and trying to find good light bulbs, good retrofit fixtures, good new construction fixtures, and figuring out how to do that. There are some light designers around the country, but you generally only get those if you're building a $5 million, $10 million house. You have to hire all these experts to come in. And even then, most of them don't know what the heck they're doing. They don't know the best products that are available. So when I started heading down the CRE path, I'm like, well, this idea that, I'm going to be wanting to do lights. I found Hayfela for drawer organization. There's a home theater. When I started doing garage audio, I'm like, well, man, it'd be awesome to do home theater as well. There's all these other products. Closets are annoying. Dealing with outdoor kitchen companies, I had a real annoying experience trying to build one of those. And so there's some real opportunity to take the same model of finding great products, professional grade products, teaching people how to buy it more efficiently. Buying appliances is one of the most annoying things ever. Like, why do they make it so complicated? It's just like buying a car. Like, I go to some stupid dealership and deal with these people, and I'm negotiating, and they want you to go there. I just want to buy it online. Just tell me what to buy, and I'll buy it. And so that model can work with all different types of products. But I can't be selling closets on obsessedgarage.com. And so the concept of, I wanted a community in the mountains, I wanted a place in the mountains. I have all these other products that I would really like to be able to represent and be able to sell. And then the ultimate decision factor was, I've done several garages. We did Emmanuel's garage. We did the big garage in Atlanta. We did Curtis's pressure washer out in Idaho. I really don't like traveling all that much. And I certainly don't like, we did Ed Bullion's garage, the VinWiki garage. These projects are hard, man. It's hard work. And if I'm going to do hard work, wouldn't it be better to do it for my own projects, for my own facility? I think we need to do the projects in order to sell the product, in order to show people what could be. And so if we're going to do that, why don't I just keep buying houses and keep modifying them? Add that to I moved 3 times in the last 3 years, and I really enjoy that process of not the moving part, but the setting up, the reorganization, the new project. And the Harbor Hills house taught me a lot that, man, the people really like these videos too, so there's some engagement there. So you put all these things together. The house is attached to the garage is the anchor of the obsession. I then came up with the concept of borrow for money. I was like, I don't want people to rent my house. I don't want that at all. So let's talk about borrowing it for money rather than renting, because rent implies entitlement. And so now we have a brand. We have the start of a brand being born, an idea being born. And so I could buy a house that's much, much more expensive that I could afford myself, because then I could have people sort of help fund it by giving them an opportunity to have an equal exchange in value where they get a week, they get to experience all the stuff. Hopefully they'll buy some things, hopefully they'll come back again, and then hopefully the videos will also sell some product. And so this concept of Destination OG, if you think about this logically, I'm not doing anything different, right? So I didn't add some separate business that I've got to do different stuff. We're doing the same product creation. We're making the same type of videos. Where we were already doing garage projects anyway. So it's sort of a single existence thing for me, is I get to do one existence, live one life, have one business, and attach something that's very consistent with what it is I'm doing. And then the key to this whole thing is the houses, the destinations, give me a place to put everything that we do in one spot and really make a retail showroom without having to have a retail showroom, if you will. And so that it checks a lot of boxes, if that makes sense.
So along those lines, Brad Siegel says, I don't really understand any pushback for Destination OG. I think it actually may end up being Matt's best business idea. Easier to sell someone something if they can try it first.
Yep. So there's 3 legs of the stool of this business, right? The first leg is rent, right? The rental income from the property hopefully ensures that the property is not a loss leader. Like, I don't have to just have this as a loss that used for depreciation. So the other thing of having people borrow, I can do a bunch of them because how many have to be like super rich to have like a bunch of $2-3 million homes all over the country. So the other advantage is then the homes, they don't sit idle. And so even though there'll be more wear and tear, there'll be less issues of just sitting. So first leg of the stool is the rent. Second leg of the stool is the or the try and buy, right? Those people that would spend, if they're going to buy a $100,000 or $200,000 garage, or have us design the lighting for their home or do their outdoor kitchen, why not go for a week, have a great vacation with the family, entertain some clients or some friends, bring your car, go drive the roads. And so the second leg of the stool is the people that go there that buy big ticket stuff. They buy the Mocha Master or whatever. They buy the Hateful Eight Drawer organization. That's the second leg of the stool. And the third leg, which is the most important leg, is the content, the videos that I'm making for the vast majority of people, the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people that'll be exposed to this that will never come there. They'll never be buying a $100,000 garage, but they may see 1 or 2 ideas from the content. So the content then drives the main business, which is the sale of stuff. And I think it maintains consistency in that the garage is the anchor of this whole obsession. The cars go in the garage. Detailing happens in the garage. Lights are needed for the garage. Tools are used in the garage. The house is attached to the garage. I need forks and knives in order to eat, in order to be able to go into the garage. I need to shower, and so shower heads, get me clean to go into the garage. You could make 20 degrees of separation here. Dry ice cleaning happens in the garage. Pressure washing goes down in the garage. And so to me, destination obsessed garage, although those two in a rational human's brain don't connect, to my irrational brain, it makes perfect sense.
RAF says, have you enjoyed the NatureCast composite cabinets? I would like to know why you went with something like that versus stainless steel cabinets, like one similar to Pacific Outdoor Kitchen or other competitors.
Yeah, so there is the other type of cabinets that interest me. Stainless steel is a terrible cabinet for it's terrible for appliances, it's terrible for everything because it's always dirty, it's always fingerprinted, it's hard to clean, it gets scratched. It's just not a good option. From here on out, when I do these big refrigerators, I'm going to do panel-ready appliances. Put the panel on it because it just, especially when you buy a fancy one, you get a ding, a dent, a scratch, you're screwed. And so stainless cabinetry for the grill is just a mess. You've got grease and grime, and you're always trying to clean it. So for outdoors, the stainless steel countertop here is a gosh darn nightmare. The stuff that you use to clean the stainless steel gets on the backsplash, and it's just not good. And so what you would traditionally do is you'd build like a wood frame, and then you would stone, and then put the insert of the cabinetry or the stainless cabinetry inside. And I've always hated that. I never wanted that. In fact, I wouldn't do an outdoor kitchen if I had to do it that way. And so the other option is to do wooden cabinets, which of course is terrible, especially in most areas of the country where you have humidity. Those wooden cabinets only last a little while. And even if they do last a little while, they get funky real quickly. And when you wipe them down, that makes them wear out and start to delaminate and have problems even faster. So I've seen several all metal, powder coated steel options at some of the different home shows and some of the different areas that were interesting to me that look nice. New Age now makes them as well. Metal cabinetry outside, it's just not a good combination. And so NatureCast to me is a way for me to get high-end, precision-built, custom cabinetry outside in my outdoor kitchen, and it'll last for forever. And so that's why I think you pay the premium for it. It's just if I took you to an outdoor kitchen that's built by an outdoor kitchen company where they do all the, they always do the rock. They do the and they do the stainless steel inserts, and I took you to mine. One feels like it's, the Nature Cast design, it feels like you're in a fancy mansion. The other one feels like, even if you're in a fancy mansion, feels like some local yokel came and bolted something together. It's just a different feel. It's a different look. It's a huge premium. I'm cutting out a lot of that premium through our system. We're going to do it up in Helen here shortly. I think we're going to do several other houses, and then we're already designing them for some customers. I think it's a much better. I think it's the best option for the outdoor kitchen application.
Moto X Bum on Instagram wants to know any tips on winter pressure washer use. How to make sure most or all of the water is out of it.
So I don't think you need to be super concerned if there's some water in it. You can usually just run it, turn the pump on, run it for 3 seconds, and all the water will come out. In most areas of the world, I don't think you have to worry about it too much. But if you're really concerned, and every time you use it, you got to run antifreeze through it. Just have a little bucket of antifreeze, or 2 buckets, one to run the antifreeze from, and then into, and then dump it back into your antifreeze jug. That's the way you would do it. So let's say you're in upstate New York, and it's 33 degrees today. You're going to wash real quickly, but tomorrow is going to be 12 degrees, and you're concerned about your pressure washer. Use it on the 33-degree day. Run a little antifreeze through it. I don't think you have to micromanage it. Just run a little through it, and then you'll be good to go.
Wevo8 wants to know, what are your thoughts on the Tesla Cybertruck, if it ever did become a reality?
I think the Tesla Cybertruck's cool. I mean, the high douche factor ownership is going to be, a bit annoying, I think. The people that are going to get that are going to be most of them are going to be really douchey. But I think it's cool. I think radical ideas like that I think they should exist. I hope it does. I don't think I would get one, but it is cool looking.
Colorado Native 100 says, hey Matt, here's a giveaway question. Would you consider allowing a person to go to SEMA with you? I'd pay for everything, just would love to be able to go and geek out on all of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea to do something like that, where we do some sort of raffle giveaway. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I'd run you into the ground. But the good news is you wouldn't have to. You could just choose to come and go as you pleased. But it's a rough week on your. Gosh, I got sick and freaking lower back, my feet. It's a lot. But yeah, I never really thought about that. That would be kind of cool. It would be an interesting, because I'm like a SEMA savant from a product perspective, taking a completely different take on SEMA than pretty much anybody else there. Most people are there for some different purpose.
Deagle456 says, looking back, would you change anything you've done in how you've built your business so far?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I would do is I would have extracted money out of the business, and I would have taken maybe a little bit slower from my reinvestment perspective. It would have taken a lot of risk off the table. But that's about the only thing that I wish I had done that I could do now that I probably still won't do. Because I get too excited about the next thing, the next product. So that would be the biggest thing, would be to forecast more and create quite a bit more specific, be more intentional with the financial side of things.
RT wants to know, if you had a very low mileage 2018 LCI F87 M2, would you upgrade to the G87?
No. I don't really think it's a upgrade. I would consider maybe the F87 M2. The M3 is just so freaking ugly, The front bumper is so ugly. It's like, The only way that I could get this M3 is that it's like my 7th car, you know. Otherwise, I don't know how you guys could stomach that being like your baby. Just terrible. You know, it just can't be your car. Like, it's too freaking it's too big, it's too ugly, it's too modern, and too, you know. I know it's checking the boxes of the generation after mine because, you know, people like the goofy turbo sounds and all that crap, but that front bumper is so gosh darn ugly that, again, the only way I'm going to be able to deal with it is because it's going to be driven. It's a great car. It's a great driving machine, but it's just a frickin' big, bold, big, fat, ugly American. You know, that's what it is. You'll see it. You're going to see it up close and personal here, and I'm going to be complaining about it the whole time. In the M3 group, you know, I posted the M3 forum. I posted I took delivery, and I said, look, I'm not going to get over this front bumper. Like, I'm not going to grow to like it. I can tell you that, right? There's no chance of that happening. It's like, oh, I grew to like the F80 sound. No, you can't. That doesn't happen. If you do, you're just justifying your purchase. And so they were getting real mad at me about that. I wasn't even being a jerk about it like I am now. I'm just saying, look, I mean, I'm just, you know, I didn't take any pictures of the front. I never will. We're going to keep the front of the car off camera at all times. I'm going to pretend it's not there. I'm always going to walk either counterclockwise or clockwise around it, whichever way I need to go to not ever see it. I'm going to have somebody else polish the front bumper, and I'm just going to pretend it's not there. And otherwise, it's a pretty decent, big, fat car. It's an M5. You know, it's a big M5. But it's like going to be like my 7th car that I drive occasionally. And so in that case, it can make sense. So I would much rather have an M2 over that.
Christian wants to know, have you decided what the OG spec bed sheets are?
Yeah, I think they're credit Troy. Front gate, I believe it is. Front gate sateen sheets. So I think it's front gate. Is it front gate? And front gate towels. Yeah, front gate. They're super expensive. They're like $350 or something like that. But they run a sale every single day. Every day is like 15% off.
60% for Black Friday.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, those I think are the ones. I think percal I'd probably prefer more, but they didn't have any percal in stock, so I had to do the sateen. I don't know why I say it like that, but
Fancy.
Yeah.
CJ says, you have a few options for recessed lighting. Do you plan to find any OG light fixtures?
I don't think so, but I wouldn't say absolutely not. You know, most lighting fixtures are pretty janky junk, you know. The issue with them is shipping. I don't know how they do it. You know, they ship them. It's because the cost is so low and the margin must be so high. Like, I got this light. It was free shipping. Had to come freight in this giant cardboard box for a light. You know, just a light in the entryway. The light was like $2,000, and so ship to me was probably like $1,000, right, of shipping from China on a boat, on a freight shipment, schedule the freight shipment, drop it off, and then just the packaging alone was probably another $200 to package the thing. And so they're selling this light for, say, $2,500. They've got $1,500 in just cost, and then the light. So the actual light must cost like $50 to make. You know, seriously. I mean, it really is dirt cheap for the light. So it's kind of a tough. I think it seems to me that it'd be a really tough business to make any money at.
CJ also wants to know, what do you think of your concrete countertop?
I like the concrete countertops. I don't think I'd do it again. I wanted to try it. I was trying to keep costs under control as well. Like, we're going to do a granite countertop at Helen. I don't, you know, again, it's cool, but not my preference. I did it there just to see what it was like, and it's okay, but I don't think I'd do it again.
Jim B says, I live in the Northeast. For the undercarriage, I use a pressure washer to rinse, spray soap, and second rinse the undercarriage. Do you have a soap that will wash off and hopefully neutralize the corrosive salts?
Yeah, I think you want to use I think it's Auto Foam. It's either Surflex, Auto Foam, or Touchless. One of the three Built Hamber soaps have I think they may all have watch Forensic Detailing channel. If you go to Forensic Detailing and you click on, or just search his channel for Built Hamber, and he has a bunch of videos on all the different types of snow foams that they have, which will have corrosive inhibitors. He talks about all of it.
Deagle456 says, what is the most beautiful BMW in your opinion?
I think the F80 M3 is the best looking BMW ever made. I think that car looks the best by a long shot.
Kevin Kerp wants to know, or says, the State of the Union was great. Crazy to think the E92 was this year. I came from Destin to see it. From what you said in SOU on needing a new house, what does that mean? Michelle is getting her Destin house?
There's a house out here in Wearsdale on Lake Weir, the same lake that got us in this whole mess to begin with, of me buying the house, and then the house didn't appraise, and so our Woodgate house was sold, and then we moved to Harbor Hills and got in all kinds of trouble with the homeowners association, and then moved from Harbor Hills to the Darlington house that we're in now, and so there is a house on that lake. It's a grandma house. It's on 6 acres. There's a 4,000 square foot garage on the front of the 6 acres. It's about the lot, I want to say, in the front. It's like a triangle, like a pie piece. There's 190 or 200 feet of lakefront, and then I'd say it kind of pies or wedges out to about probably 350 feet at the front. And so there's a drive right down the middle of the lot, 6 acres. So it's probably like 2,000 feet deep by, say, 300 feet wide, whatever equates to 6 acres. So in the very front of the property is a 40 by 100 garage, block building, not air conditioned, but already has doors and everything. Could very easily turn into like the most amazing garage ever. So that's 4,000 square feet, and you drive past that down through, now I'd have to pour an asphalt driveway, down through an already pre-cut canopy of about 700 feet of woods. So imagine it'd be like a little 700-foot drag strip for me, through the woods, through a canopy that you drive through of like oaks that you blast down through. And then there's the house. And so when you drive up to the house, there's the original house that was built in the 90s. That's it's like a secondary house, and there's a oversized 3-car garage attached to that. That's where I would do like a awesome pool table type game room. We would do a bunk room and maybe a secondary bunk, like 2 secondary bunk rooms in there. And that's the 3-car garage. Then the house is detached. The house was built in '05. I think the house is like 44,000 square feet or something like that. It's a 3-bedroom, 3-bath. It's got another oversized 2-car garage pull through that you can pull through. So there's doors on either side. And the house is okay. There's a pool on the back of that on the pool deck. And then there's the 180 feet on the lake. And so what I was thinking about doing was that house is for sale for $2.5 million, or was. They dropped to 50 grand like a couple weeks in. Then they dropped to 250 grand down to 2.2 million because they got an appraisal. And then just 2 weeks ago, they dropped it another 250 grand down to 1.95 million. So it was appraised for 2.2 according to the realtors, and they just want to get out from underneath it. So my thought process was, I can't swing it cash flow wise to get the GT3 Touring and the G80 M3 and all the money I've spent on the house up in Helen. I can't swing it to where I would buy that house and keep my house. And so what I would do, sell my house, move into the lake house, And then we would modify that house, get it set up to OG spec, which would take probably a year and a half or so. And then I'd have to get a new dock. We'd get a couple of boats, a bass boat and a wakeboard boat, get the beach all tilled, set up, get all the garages set up, get all the home theater and all that crap all set up in the house, redo the kitchen, all that kind of stuff. And then we would then move out of there and turn that into Destination OG, whatever, 2 or 3. And so it would get me to the next Destination OG house. I would live there for the time being. I wouldn't book that house as heavily, and we would book it enough to cover the cost of that house, cover the cost of the note on it, and then I would use that house often for anybody who came down here, or we'd go to the lake all the time. But it's it's not the right time. It's not the right time for me to do that. That could change on a dime here if they then drop in another 250 grand. But it's something like that would be interesting, because I would love to have a Destination OG property here locally, so that way people could come here. We could do a whole experience where they come to HQ, they hang out for a day. I can go over there and cook them dinner. There's all kinds of cool stuff we could do with the property that was local here. So I think about that. I also thought about, well, could I figure out a way to have investors? And so I could do it now. Stay in my house and do it like all at once. Because we could have that house up and ready in, well, shoot, how long did Helen take us? A month? I could have that house up and ready in 2 months, booked, pre-booked. So I think about this, that, what if I raised $1 million, right? Because I'd need, let's say it was 2 million, just keep it simple. I'd need 400 grand as a down payment. I'd get a mortgage. It'd be a $10,000 a month, payment on a $2 million mortgage. I would need about $500,000 to get it all set up. And I think maybe 600 grand to get it all set up. So let's say I raised 800 grand, not, if I needed I would need $1 million. And so on that $1 million, let's say I had 5 people or 10 people that put in 100 grand. I paid them 8%, and I'd have to figure out the math on how it would work. But I'd eventually sort of use the revenue on the house to sort of pay them back. To get them 8% for the 4 or 5 years that I needed their capital, and then pay them back, some sort of small premium, pay them back their $1 million at the end of the day. And it could escalate this process quickly and get a nice return for some investors that wanted to be a part of it. They had first right to book the weeks when they, so they could book weeks and have first right of it, and have people included in the process, the design process, and all of that. So I thought about, bringing on some investors to do it. I just can't, the math just doesn't work very well. It ends up costing me a whole lot more than it would have if I just took my time and did it myself. I don't know, hit me up if you think that you'd like to get in on something like that. It could generate pretty guaranteed, pretty solid returns, but that cost of capital would be pretty pricey for me versus just trying to convince a bank to let me do it. If I could come up with the capital to put down on it. The advantage of bringing in some investors is I could do it right now and I wouldn't have to move into that house. I don't know, tell me what you think about that.
Foxer says, we need microfiber shower towels. I'm done with cotton ones.
Frontline towels. Frontline, don't get the bath sheets. The bath sheets are like as big as a freaking bed on this Raptor. They're huge. Get the regular bath towels. I just ordered a dozen of them.
D-Chop wants to know, what's the next best E92 M3 exhaust behind the American Racing headers?
I think Dynan, but you can't really get the Dynan Middle Racing. So you have to get the, you need quad resonated for the mid-pipe. So you want to go catless, quad resonated. And I think that it's either Borla or, what's the other big company? Magnaflow. I think it's Magnaflow that makes one. So you do that, and I think the Dynan rear section.
Ian wants to know, what's the plan for the built Hammer products? Funny that the U.S. wants UK products, while in the UK we want U.S. products.
Yeah, I think that, I'm not sure yet. I've been talking to Pete about this. there's a uniqueness about Built Hambur's, chemistry and what they've invested in the product and how different it is than others. So I'm not really sure I have a plan yet. I don't even know if I like it yet. I'm going to get together with John from Forensic. I'm going to reach out to him, see if maybe he'll do a podcast with me, like a live stream or something like that with me. And because I would wager he's one of the experts on the product. He's been using them for half a decade. And so I'd like to talk to him about that and see if it's something that's viable. I don't know if I like the idea. I'm a big foam guy. I like the lubrication. I like the suds action of it. Built Hambur's the opposite of that, where suds are just annoying and useless. I don't know if I'm going to like that or not. So we'll discuss it more. I've been doing a lot of digging, reading, playing with the product a lot here, and I need to start using it.
Scott says, "Hey Matt, any chance you can add a share my cart function? Would come in handy this time of year for sure."
A what?
Share my cart.
We had something like that wish list, but it paralyzed the website. So we haven't been able to find anything to bolt on like that. And so I think the message to the wives, we need to make a reel on this. I was thinking about this last night. Just get me a gift card because you don't know what you're frickin' doing. Wives, moms, relatives, dads, anybody, friends, you don't know what you're doing. Don't buy me anything. Get me an Obsessed Garage gift card and I'll get it myself.
Waba, I think this is more of a question for you, but Improved Garage with a super chat for $5 says, "On Inside the Hex, I saw these lights you were using for the camera that were long sticks on the tripod. Who makes them and do you like them?"
The Astera Titan tubes. Yeah, those are called the Astera Titan tubes. They're really, we use them for just video. So I mean, wouldn't really use them for detailing, but they're very expensive for detailing. It's about $8,000 for the set. So if you're a baller, I guess you could go for it. But yeah, those are primarily for. We use it heavily on the E92 documentary. You could also use it, if you're setting up just like an interview shot or if you're filming video. They're super handy. They're battery powered, so they're well worth it. But for detailing, it might be a little overkill.
All right, Matt, this one's probably going to trigger you, but Smarty Man says, "A 3/8 high pressure hose."
Oh, this freaking idiot. Yeah, he has no idea what he's talking about.
In the auto detail industry, when you consider water flows restricted through the 1.1 primary jet on a spray gun, 1/4-inch hose is all you need. Simple physics.
Hey, Dumbo, I told you this already. Nobody makes a good 1/4-inch hose or I'm all for it. Sure. There's no advantage or disadvantage to going between 1/4 and 3/8. There isn't one. His guy is the guy who copies me. The guy on the pressure washing guy who copies everything. Where do you think he learned all this stuff from? I'm the one who frickin' taught everybody this stuff. So 3/8-inch hose, I've said this a million times, there's no advantage or disadvantage. You don't lose pressure, you don't gain pressure. Maybe once you start to get above 150 feet, you may have an issue with your pump's ability to be able to continue to drive pressure. So you start to get some loss. Nobody makes a good 1/4-inch hose. I've had 50 of them here. I've ordered them from all over the world. Nobody makes a good one. Your Amazon nonsense bull crap that people say is just as good. I don't care if it works. If it sucks, it sucks. There's lots of things that function, but I also want it to be excellent. I want it to be well built. Nobody makes a good quality 1/4-inch hose. So that's why we just adapted 3/8 to pressure washers that come with a normal 1/4-inch. Most 1/4-inch hoses kink, and because the wire mesh, the single wire hose, is just not adequate. The Krenzla has, it's not 1/4-inch, it's whatever the European, what would that be, multiplied by 25.4. So is it an 8mm or something like that? The Krenzla K1122 has a 1/4-inch hose on it. And that hose is okay, but it's still not a great hose. It's a marking hose. Again, nobody makes a good 1/4-inch hose. I've said that if you weren't so freaking stupid, you would know this. I've said this a million times. I invented this. So I hate dumbos who think they got me. I'm the expert in this. You can't get me. I've already gotten myself. I've already figured this all out. Idiot. He's like, well, there's some reputable professional detailers. Where do you think they learned it, jerk off? Me. I taught them. Gosh, so stupid. Next question.
Sean G says, so much for Smarty. That's right. Matt Duffy says,
No, I'm smarty on this topic. Nobody else in the world bought every single pressure washer. And the people that are buying them, they're not even buying them. They're trying to get them for free. You know, they're too cheap to do it. I put my own frickin' money up and did it to figure this out. And then all these dumbos copied the whole idea with putting the pressure gauge on and filling the bucket up. Where do you think that came from? It's a stupid way to do it. I made it up. If you were doing this intelligently, you'd figure out, you'd buy, I actually bought a flow meter. It's just the flow meters don't work very well. They're not very accurate. I had some, it was like $800 or something. I had some guy make me a custom flow meter. It didn't work for squat. But if you were going to do this, you would set up a bench rig. You would set up a bench test. Like Krensla has one at their facility where they are able to bench test for their, not necessarily for specs, but for bench testing for fixing in their service area.
he retorts, maybe you could work with a manufacturer to develop a 1/4-inch hose.
I've already been on this. Nobody makes one. That's the problem. Yeah. I've talked to Osmatic. I've been on this for years. I'm freaking 12 years ahead of you, bro. I'm 12 years ahead of everybody in the world on this.
He says, by the way, I used your advice to get my pressure washer. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah. Got it from Amazon, though, of course. Yeah. Thanks for honoring the source. Keep watching IMOJSV wannabe.
Moving on. Matt Duffy. Have you given any thought to evolving the membership program? Curious if you see value in improving the experience as a method of increasing engagement and retention.
Yeah, I mean, we need to build a platform. I thought about it. Maybe we just frickin' move it to Patreon and call it a day. I don't know. The difficulty of moving it or using some other platform, whether we're using, Twitter's going to have a platform, or you use, a YouTube subscription model. There's some major pros to that. The con is that I don't own it. They own me. And if I say something like you suck, they could shut you down whenever you want. And so the advantage of having my own application, I don't know. I probably need to invest the money to have the application built better.
Neil White says, hey Matt, I'm looking at ordering a couple of Sabre cabinets. My wife finally wants to put cabinets in the garage. I talked her out of buying cabinets from Home Depot.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, get some Sabre cabinets. It stinks because Sabre was really practical. They're sort of not practical. They're not very practical priced anymore. So that's the difficulty of them, is that they're kind of expensive. You can move this thing. We're going to make some noise here for a minute.
G. Rockefeller Barrington IV says, what does Matt think about Mike saying Mike 50 times in videos?
I don't have an answer for that. It's a joke. It's a good joke.
Sean G says, everyone has copied Matt with pressure washing, wands, quick disconnect.
100%. It didn't. I'm telling you guys, this isn't like arrogance. This is just a simple fact. Like, none of this existed. And, if I would have been smarter, I would have known that I didn't know that anybody else cared about this crap. I was just sharing it, and people kept asking questions over and over and over again. And so then we just sort of unnaturally developed a product line around it. And if I would have known that everybody else would have copied it, I would have protected it somehow. But, it's kind of hard to protect a product that isn't your own. Like, I'm just taking products from all over the place and putting them together, which I guess, one could argue that's what any product is now. You're homologating, you're taking a bunch of products and you're putting them in a basket. And even if you're making something from scratch, generally you're not producing every part and piece of that from scratch. You're going to take products from all over the place. Even a darn BMW, they're not making every single part for that. They have suppliers, things, and they're kind of putting it together. So, an M3 is patented. You can't copy an M3, or at least, they try to in China. So I guess it's not really any different than I'm putting together these systems. And that's what I'm going to work on in the future, is being a bit more intelligent on how it's packaged, and then, hopefully being able to it's been hard for the people to copy because they had to like watch everything, and I talk a lot. And so I want to make it easier for them to copy by them just going to my website on our wholesale site and just buying it. And we make a much better barrier to entry. So, I'm yelling about this, but I'm not complaining about this is capitalism. I put a product out, there's been some success with it, there's a reason for it that needs to exist. And so, competitors are going to use that information to then make a buck, make a living, create their passion-driven life. And so in order for me to protect that in the future, I just have to, now I understand that some of these ideas do have merit, do have value to the world. And so when I do it, I'm just going to either have exclusivity or have some sort of royalty agreement, or just manufacture it myself.
H. Blake H. says, I noticed Sabre has increased price a ton. Kind of sad in my opinion.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, most of it has been the cost of bringing it here. The cost of metal, steel, cost of powder coating, the cost of manufacturing in China, and then the biggest has been the cost of transport. A container used to cost $3,500. Now it's like $35,000. Some crazy. I know it's come off the peaks, but man, I mean that has pretty much destroyed a lot of the ability to Chinese contract manufacture something like that. And so that has caused the price to go up substantially.
Mr. Ega on Instagram says, when can we expect the OG spec wall vacuum setup?
I don't know. I was ready to go. I think the wall vac is good. I think the hose reel is good, but the accessories and the hose are kind of junk, so I need to figure that out. I would say early next quarter next year. That's what I was meant. You know what I meant.
Andrew Goodwin says, hey Matt, could you give us the latest news on OG finally coming to Canada?
I don't have any latest news other than Chris and Brad will be working on it pretty heavily after this week, after Black Friday, and we'll be hopefully up there early next year. That's the plan.
Daniel Gus says, I need a budget LG recommendation, 43 or 50. Nano cell good enough?
43 or 50. Can he do OLED or does he need LCD? If you need LCD, I like the mini LED LG stuff. It's pretty inexpensive now. So like the QNED 90 or 99, I think there's a new version of them, those that are rolling out. So you might be able to get I bought the 50 QNED for outside at my house. And actually, I think I bought the 65 for like $1,200 or something like that. But otherwise, A series OLED is pretty awesome for pretty cheap.
Christopher Davis wants to know, what OG stuff do you recommend for us up in the Northeast for washing cars in the cold? I've been using N914 and bucket of warm water from my house.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the standard. If I was up north, I would be looking to heat my garage. So I would insulate the door with like this Reflectix or get some of that cut the foam out. Watch, the best video I've seen is, what's Hawaii Tesla's channel?
Detailing? Hawaii Tesla Detailing?
Yeah, Hawaii Tesla Detailing. If you search his channel, he has a great video on getting the insulated foam for the garage door. So I would probably, if I was going to do that, I'd probably put the Reflectix radiant barrier stuff and then put the foam on top of that. And then I'd get yourself some sort of heating solution for the garage. And then the next step would be to, I'd probably work on some sort of hybrid mode where I'm pre-soaking. And so I'd get like the big Marilex pump sprayer and mix that up with a 914 so I could pre-soak the car. So I'm doing sort of a hybrid rinseless. And then I'd have my bucket and, again, use warm water. But I would have the garage heated so that way I'd have a better experience. And really start, working on all the different, tools that I'd need to make that experience as the least dirty possible. I'd want some gloves because it's real dirty when you're dealing with all the salt and all that crap on without a hose. But then ultimately I would probably start to get into capturing the water. So I'd probably start washing in the garage with a, those water capture things that they do for like in California, where you catch the water and then put it into a bucket or something and then dump it outside. So I'd probably start to get real crazy with it. Maybe I need to buy a house up north, so I'm forced to do this.
Canada. We'll send you to Canada.
Yeah.
Ian says, Matt, I've got a 2015 Audi S5. I'm looking at switching into an SUV or something with a little more utility. What would you recommend? Also needs to perform well here in Colorado.
I don't know. I'm always a bad guy for this. I only want two things, 911s and M3s. So, and maybe a Speciale someday and a Gen 2 NSX and Raptors. Raptor, that's what he needs. Raptor for everything. It's the freaking best car.
Chris Keener says, are you into guns? Ever gone down that rabbit hole?
No, I've said this a bunch. I've got 3 guns that I bought just because I needed 3 guns, and I don't even know how to use them. I shot them one time. I got a bunch of bullets. I bought a safe for them, and yeah, I think they're cool, interesting, but it's not my bag. Kind of like watches. You only have so much room for obsessions, And I'm not a collector of things. So because the guns don't really have any function for me, like all of my detailing stuff, like I'm using it all the time. That's what, like my wheel and tire balancer, mounting balance, is kind of freaking me out a little bit because it's been sitting there it's breaking the 2-month rule. I haven't used it in 2 months. But like all this stuff in here, like my computer, my desk, my home theater, my TV, all the stuff that I have such a sincere passion for, I use all the time. And so like if I have a car, like the E36 that I really don't want to use all that much, it kind of loses its luster for me.
Let's see. Sergey says, what would you buy if you were trying to detail cars at 16 with a $1,000 budget?
Oh man, I wish I'd have known about. I wish I had YouTube when I was 16. I would have made so much freaking money. I don't think it will matter all that much. If you got, I would borrow more money, right? So I would borrow, $5,000 from your parents or your uncle, or find somebody like me. Come here, I'll loan you $5,000 at 20% interest, and if I look in the eyes and see you're not an idiot, and find somebody who'll loan you $5,000 and buy everything you need. Get a Krensla. Get all the stuff you need. Get the buckets, get the polishers, get used quality products, and go start freaking detailing cars. It won't take long at all before you have like a business with a bunch of people working for you, because there's more people than there are detailers. And you have to be able to sell, so you have to be able to look people in the eye, shake their hand when you look at them in the eye, you go knock on doors, and go to nice neighborhoods, and tell them give you like a 2-minute spiel of who you are and what you do, and you'll be able to convince all the douchey Tesla owners that don't know how to wash their car. You'll be able to convince retirees and stuff like that, and you're going to talk to them about in your elevator pitch, talk to them about how you borrowed $5,000 and you bought the best stuff you can get, money can buy, and you're watching all the people on YouTube that know what they're doing. And you're going to replicate that on their car so they don't have to think about it. You create a solution to a problem that the people didn't even know they had. And I'm telling you, you'll be making $100,000 at 17. Charge them $200, $300, $400 to do it. I'd probably charge $100 to wash the car. And most people are going to tell you no, because they think it's only worth 15. But you don't want to be doing it for 15. Don't go down the path of doing it just to do it. You gotta, because they're always gonna devalue if you devalue yourself in the beginning. So it means you're gonna have to make more calls. It's like when I was calling people at Merrill Lynch, it would have been easier to call people and have them, have me manage $1,000 of their money, but I needed to manage $250,000. That was the minimum, and so I had to call a lot more people to find that a much more viable amount of money to manage for people. So yeah, man, if you could use all this content, all this information of all these detailers and all these people that have shared all this information out there, and I would, if it were me and I was 16, I wouldn't be interested in cheap stuff. I would want good stuff. And so I'd figure out a way to come up with the money. The money's not hiding from you. You just have to have a good pitch. You have to have a business plan, you have to have some drive, and then you have to find somebody to lend you the money. And then you have to be willing to pay them back and pay them back quickly and work day and night to pay them back as quickly as possible. Make nothing. You don't need to. Your parents are paying for food and your house. So spend every waking moment paying that $5,000 back. I bet you have that $5,000 paid back in a month. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I'm telling you, if I was 16 and I knew even a tenth, if I didn't know anything and I just had access to YouTube, I'd be making $100,000 detailing like in 6 months. No question. Before you know it, I'd be fully paint correcting every day after school. I'd be paint correcting everybody's car. I'd be charging them $1,800 to do it. You know, I'd be doing CSL XO on every car in the whole frickin' town. And I'd make them come to me. And then I'd say, Dad, I need to build a garage. I'm going to build a garage out back. Or I'd go rent a garage so they can come to me. I'm going to be frickin' driving around some pickup truck. And then I'd be driving a frickin' Lamborghini, you know? Or in my case, I'd have been driving a 911 at 17, 100%. I'd leverage that $100,000 10 times. I'd buy a house, I'd buy cars, I'd be rocking Gucci, you know, I'd be wearing Yeezys, the whole deal, whatever I needed to do. I'd be doing it all.
That's pretty motivational.
It's true. Oh man, I need to start all these Ford dealers are calling and trying to sell me a car for 15 over.
You want to answer one of those on?
Oh yeah, let's do it. Gosh, I just hung up on them. Oh shoot. Just had a $120,000 order. It's pretty sweet.
We'll take that.
Yeah.
So,
the design guys are on it.
Wedding Heater says, "Why no E60 M5? One of the best looking cars ever. Just ask Mike."
E60's not a good looking car. It's got a big fat rear end. Yeah, I don't have the love for the E60. Of the BMWs, that's the one that breaks the most, isn't it? I think that's the one that breaks the most by far. I don't know, I just never really thought it. No one wanted that car when it was new. Nobody. It was what, 80 grand, 90 grand, something like that. Nobody wanted it. It's one of those cars that only like 30-year-olds love that car because they weren't around when that car wasn't cool, when it was new and available. I get it, you know, V10 sounds like a Lamborghini, but I don't like it. Never have. It's too round for me. The front end's too round, and the rear bumper's too tall and weird looking. I've never liked the E60. Never wanted one, never even considered one.
You might be thinking of the E39.
E39?
Yeah, E39. The E39's better, but that's too old and stinky for me now. I know it. I can't do the old stinkies. I tried. I didn't just try. I put my money where my mouth is. Yeah. Hardcore. E46, E36. I went in deep, and I'm buried. I need to unbury myself. I need to get me a brand new NSX and more new GT3s. That's what I need. I need to just stick to my original plan. Until you have 27 GT3s, there's no reason to get anything else. That's the plan. I need to stick to that plan.
JD says, "Any chance of sourcing an OG spec battery-powered pressure washer?"
Not yet. I know Ego has one in the works, so that is promising. That would be really cool. We could sell like a little tank or something, and the Ego would probably be one because of their battery technology. They'd have the ability to make something super legit. So that's what I'm hoping is promising. Could be really cool. It wouldn't be a replacement for some of these ones that are drawn, 20 amps. But it would be something really viable for those that that had a situation where an apartment or something like that where you can't wash, but you had a place that you could do it if you had something that was battery powered.
Daniel Gus followed up on his LG NanoCell question. He says $400, low use TV in the bedroom.
Yeah, to me that still needs $1,200. You need to triple that. Otherwise, you're getting garbage. There is no good $400 TV. You need to spend at least $900 on an Ace. If it's in the bedroom, the A series LG, I think it's like $800.
Redman05 says, Matt, if you could go back and talk to young Maddie in the Walmart parking lot, what
Yep.
would you tell him?
I'd say quit right now. Go on YouTube, which didn't exist, of course. Start a business. I would have started a business. I would have borrowed some money from somebody. I would have put a business plan together, and I would have started doing something that I loved, something with home theater. And I would have gotten the heck out of Hazleton, Pennsylvania as quickly as possible. So I think that would have been key, is if I could have gotten into even the subculture of detailing, even back then, so say mid to early 90s, there was guys, I would have learned how to use a rotary polisher. I would have, found a body shop or something and figured out how to detail. That would have been the dream for me, because then I could have touched and worked on all the cars that I dreamt about. And I could have, even when I first started selling it, and even when I didn't know how to sell, because I loved the product so much, selling just came so naturally to me. So at 16 or 17, if I would have gone door to door, and if I knew how to detail, if I knew what a rotary polisher was, and I was waxing people's cars, I could have gotten and worked on, 5 Series BMWs that I, wanted a 540i so bad. I could have found the 8 Series BMWs and worked on 911s and worked on all kinds of Ferraris and stuff that I coveted. I could have been driving and working on those much, much earlier, because, and I would have probably buddied up with a bunch of, talented humans, successful, talented humans through that. And I would have leveraged that. I still would have gone to college, and I would have done the same thing on the side in college. And I would have built a business that way. And eventually what I probably would have done is I would have been employing all of my friends in college, and then I would just be balling out of control, and I wouldn't be polishing anybody's cars. I'd just be talking to the customers. I'd be talking to the people and recruiting people, and then eventually I'd hire some salespeople, and I'd have a business. And so if I could go back and then I would sell that business, get out of detailing as quickly as possible, and then go into something with electronics. And then I would have started a tech-based YouTube channel when YouTube came out, like Marcus Brownlee, something like that.
Alejandro says, when are you going to buy a Gen 3 Raptor? Have you tried Wild Willie's Aikens in Wider, Georgia?
No, but I've been working on trying to buy one, but they all want 10 over. I want to pay 0 over. I'll pay sticker, but I don't want to pay 10 over, just these losers.
Jim says, have you ever thought about partnering with Ridge Wallet? OG Ridge Wallet in the store would be awesome.
I talked to them, but they're so, I'm sure they're VC funded. They're so new age that they're not interested. And they've gotten big. So I don't think there's it's not like a original founder who owns the company. It's more of like a modern VC funded company where there's no one to talk to about that. I pitched them on the idea they're not interested. We would sell 1,000 wallets. They sell 1,000 an hour, 1,000 a minute. So it's not something that I think they'd really care enough to really work on.
And then Bryce and I have followed up with them in the last 6 months, and it's just always the same answer. So.
Yeah. You're following up with a marketing agency. It's not them. There is no them. It's just, it's owned by a bunch of conglomerates, owned by a bunch of private equity firms. I'm sure that they don't give a crap. They just throw money at it and try to generate a return so that they can sell it 10 times over.
Mateo Vlog says, Matt, if I book OG Helen for $6K, can you join me for the week?
Yeah. I'd gladly do that. You might have to drive me around a little bit, which is my freaking nightmare. But yeah, I'm down. You tell me when. Book it. Tell me when I'll be there.
Robbie says, would you be interested in doing more driving content? Love the E36. Dynamic cinematic content before the wash and talk.
Yeah. That's still part of our plan. The issue is time and man hours.
Andrew Goodwin wants to know, did you see the TJ Hunt's new BMW G82 M4?
Yeah, I don't know how anybody could buy the M4. That thing is freaking hideous. If you think the G80, the M3 is hideous, the M4 is one of the ugliest cars I think has ever been built. Like, it is butt ugly, god-awful ugly car, right? The color's cool, but man, that car is ugly. Yeah, so ugly. Because the M4 has nothing good. At least there's some like 3/4 angles in the M3 that look pretty decent. But man, the M4 doesn't have any, none. Not a single redeeming quality to it. It's big, fat, hideous, ugly car. Is that a little much?
No, that's the truth.
Anybody who has one knows it too, and then they have to justify it. They have to start. TJ doesn't give a crap. He probably thinks it's ugly too. But it's the current trending car because of how ugly it is. It's like it's like a black swan. It's like so different that it's become cool. And it's become cool to say, well, the grills, you don't know what you're talking about. That was so last year. No, it's like so in your face, a big frickin' pig snoot right in your face. It's not gonna be in my face because I'm gonna walk around it. I'm gonna make Mike install the grill so I don't have to look at it and just pretend. Just pretend it has normal grills. That's what I'm gonna pretend.
Chris wants to know, what YouTube channels do you watch in your free time?
Let's see. I've been watching a lot of Trevor Bauer and Momentum and Eric Sim. They're baseball guys. I don't know. I think Eric Sim is hilarious. So it's like eSim 2000 or something like that. He's funny as crap. That they're just pitching to each other and trying to hit home runs. It's freaking awesome. I don't know why I got in that hole. So I watch Eric Sim a lot. I watch the freaking YouTube algorithm gets me all the time with all the nonsense right-wing crap, like Fox News crap or then CNN crap gets me all the time. I click on that stuff all the time. Like, what am I doing? I like Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson makes you think. So I think Jordan Peterson's great. I like Lex Friedman. So I listen to his podcasts and watch him on YouTube quite a bit. I like, I don't watch a lot of car stuff. I only watch car stuff when I'm looking for like a specific car. And it's always terrible, and it's never what I want to watch. I watch Savage Geese, so I watch those guys quite a bit. A lot of the young car guys, I know they don't know anything about the car that they're reviewing, so it's not interesting to me. I know that they don't know anything, because when they talk about cars that I know something about, I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. So I have a hard time watching that kind of stuff. But I watch TJ often. I'll watch Dustin Williams sometimes. I watch Adam, LZ, to try to stay young and see what's cool, So I'll watch those guys quite a bit. I watch Ben Shapiro. I think he's funny as crap. How he just says it like it is. I think that's interesting. But most of what I watch is like Netflix, and I like to watch series. I would just watch The Sinner season 5 or 4. That show's pretty fantastic. I just watched that documentary on the Pepsi, the kid who tried to get the Harrier jet. Yeah. It's terrible because they never won. They lost. I'm like, I thought they were going to win a bunch of money or something by the end of it. I said that Graham Hancock, Ancient Apocalypse. What else do I watch? I watched Survivor. I watched Bachelor in Paradise. I got sucked in that gaping death spiral. I got sucked into that hole. It's terrible. Gosh, I don't know how that happened. Every third year, I get sucked into a bachelor hole and watch that stupid show.
Jared wants to know, are you planning to build a storefront like OG for Destination OG site to sell products that you recommend and curate beyond closets and outdoor kitchens?
No.
If yes, can you share some expected products?
No, never. I wouldn't, yeah. Storefront online, yes. Through, it's already up, destinationog.com. Destinationog.com is going to move to obsessedgarage.com. I don't know what I was thinking there. It needs to be on the same site. There would just be like a sub-site within the site for our booking software and all of that stuff. We've chosen our booking software. Manny's going to execute that. But yeah, well, I mean, if you go to destinationog.com right now, we have closets up. We have the start of the NatureCast stuff up. Hayflow will be up soon, so we're working on that.
APC wants to know, Matt, I purchased a bunch of items from OG for my cartridge setup, but thinking about upgrading to the Krenzle. Will you guys help me figure out what I need to replace, add, or keep for the new system?
Yeah, I mean, it should be pretty much all the same stuff, with the exception of the nozzle. But hit up support at obsessedgarage.com and they can send you an exact list in 2 seconds. Might take them a day or two to get that all put together for you because they're fielding questions all day. But yeah, it's something we could absolutely do. Piece of cake, and you won't have to change much.
That's all I got for you.
Good. That's all I got for you. What else are we doing today? Is this it?
They got the Milwaukee stream and Mike.
Yeah, we're gonna do that this afternoon.
Some tools.
Yeah.
Milwaukee, which you should buy.
Yeah, I want to go through the Milwaukee Master Collection and talk about all the tools, and which what we may do is put them all on the counter and we'll kind of sift through and make some recommendations. I think that'd be kind of fun. Maybe sell some Milwaukee stuff.
So that's going to be at
3:30 p.m. So we're gonna take a break till then. I'm contemplating whether I'm gonna stay on carnivore or I'm gonna go eat everything in the house.
Probably eat everything.
Yeah, it is the weekend. It doesn't make sense to start on Saturday.
Exactly.
Should start on Monday.
Here's one last good one. Chris wants to know, do you think your business could be as successful in another state, say like California? Is Florida much more conducive to being a profitable business?
Yeah, I mean, I think it probably is. I mean, California, we probably would have been out of business, or I've been trying to figure out how to get around it. They were shut down for years. We would have been non-essential. So I'd have been trying to apply for some. First of all, we would have just been dodging it, trying not to get fined. So we'd have been parking in the building or behind the building or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I think most other states would be fine, with the exception of a few. If you were in, New York City would have been a mess. California would be difficult. The problem with California is all the extra costs, all the extra regulation, but you'd also have a bigger local customer base too. So, you kind of take the good with the bad. You'd also have to pay a lot, higher salaries just for people to eat, because the cost of living is so much higher. So you'd have to try to sell a lot more. And I don't know that we would sell remarkably more if we were in somewhere like California. But I think Florida, although has been the redheaded stepchild of the United States for forever, we produced Casey Anthony. We produced, an overrun of Burmese pythons in the Everglades somehow. We produce a lot of toothlessness. But it's become a really great place to be in the last decade or so, and so it looks like I feel like I made a good choice, and I've never once thought I'd like to move from Florida. I'd like to add to Florida, but I don't think moving from Florida is something that I'd really care to do. I like it here.
We'll be back at 3:30.
Yeah, we'll see you at 3:30.
There we are.
Sorry, I'm wheeling and dealing here. I just sold the BBS wheels. Look at this place. It's almost together.
Yeah.
It's coming together.
Yeah.
I've had to clean up after Mike for months now. I finally got
Oh,
him-
please.
finally
I'm
got
not the
him
one
back.
buying all the parts.
Hold on, let me just tell this guy. I just lost $6,000.
Yikes.
Yeah, but it was $6,000 and $12,000 sitting on the shelf. I at least
Yeah.
got $6,500 out of it.
Yeah, you gave somebody a deal. Merry Christmas, whoever got them. Chris will be happy. It's more cash than they count.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Doing deals. So here's the plan. First and foremost, sale is going on. Milwaukee's on sale. Milwaukee's never on sale. I'm probably losing money in this deal.
Yeah, probably.
I think they're covering. They like I have certain like for buying a certain amount of product, I get a certain amount of there's like shipping like marketing money. And so we
it's
apply that marketing money to
The
shipping
discount.
costs.
Right.
Because the margin on this stuff is like 10, 12% on a lot of these tools. And so to sell the tools,
So they help you out a little bit on the back end,
let me just see.
making more
Yeah.
deals.
That is my PayPal. If it lets,
Wheeling and dealing.
let's do friends and family. That helps.
Don't want to have to pay those fees.
Well, I don't think I can because I think PayPal went in and like changed all the like if you have any kind of business, like if you have it attached to a business, I think that I
You
don't
have
think
to
it's
do-
sent friends and family anymore.
Oh, that
I think
stinks.
they're on to me. Okay, so Milwaukee, like I was saying, is on sale, 10% off, free shipping, and 5% extra, so 10%, 15% off free shipping and priority if you're Hex Plus. So buy some Milwaukee. I've got like $300,000 worth of this stuff on the shelf in there. But what we're gonna do, this is part of my reorganization project here in the garage. Mike and I are going to kind of go through this. We're going to give you our take, our assessment on each one of these tools. There should be like 40, I believe 42 tools in here. We have the table saw sitting over there, which I keep in my house, and the chop saw.
Compound miter, yeah.
The big miter saw I keep in my house as well. And so we'll count these. We're going to do an inventory here as well. But this is part of our reorganization project. As well as kind of talking to you about, my take on all these different tools. We'll talk about batteries and all that stuff as well. I've talked about this a bunch, but I think it'd be kind of fun to get Mike's take on some of this stuff. So let's do our stubbies. Let's take these out just because they were right in the front. So we're going to lay them all out, and what we're going to do is create a prioritization. So I'm going to create a prioritization of what tools you need. So they make the stubby in quarter, which is like a different footprint. And I think this is important. So the stubbies you want, because these you're going to be doing for anything mechanically related. So these are going to be dropping on the ground, banging it off stuff.
Yeah,
so I
having the
think
rubber
buying
boot.
the boot
Yeah,
for
it's
all of
worth
these
it.
makes sense. The 1/4 inch is like the old style of their. This was like their original impact style, and so then the new stubbies are a complete bespoke design where they have the big fat head. So you have 1/4, 3/8, and 1/2 inch. Which one of these?
Would I
You
use?
can only have one. Which would you get?
I would tend to go for the one in the middle just because, but honestly, 1/4 inch for working on cars, 1/4 inch is great.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that at all. I
Yeah.
would get this one.
Why?
Well, because then I have the capability of the 1/2 inch. I'm going to use a 1/2 inch most of the time.
So you're
Using-
thinking if you don't have any other 1/2 inch stuff. So you're like the 1/2 inch, the big 1/2 inch.
Well, I'm thinking that I would like 1/2 inch for all of them, and that way I could have like if I had a cart or something, or in my case, I just keep kind of the 1/2 inch drawer open and just work from that.
Yeah.
Or it's easier to anvil down, I think,
Yeah,
better than it is
yeah.
to anvil up.
Here's what I think. I think if you're working on suspension, anything undercarriage, I agree with 1/2 inch. But if you're working on engine stuff, I think 1/4 inch.
So
it depends on what
to
you're
throw
doing.
a
Monkey wrench into it?
Yeah, no pun intended here. To throw a wrench in here, we probably want these in our arsenal as well.
Yes.
So we've got these. So how does that factor into our decision of figuring out an you know, we're gonna go sort of like
So these are
basic,
just-
advanced,
yeah.
ultimate here. What would
Right.
you want in a basic setup?
Basic, I'm gonna say on the electric ratchet, I would go 3/8. And probably, if I only can pick one, I guess I would go 3/8 long versus the shorter.
Yeah, so you got quarter and 3/8.
Long.
Now these are the originals. These
Yep.
are going to be swapped out here soon for a high speed. So these are the high speed. So high speed versus traditional speed. And I think for the time being, I don't think they're phasing out the normal speed because the high speed does lose about 5 foot-pounds of torque capability.
That's what I was just gonna say, probably.
So, and I don't believe they've changed this one yet either. So you have 1/2 inch, 3/8, and quarter. Do I have this boot in here? Did you take this thing off?
I did not. I've not used it.
Somebody did.
Not me.
I think this is for this one.
So I like the quarter a lot, but if I'm only gonna pick one, I'd have to go with the 3/8.
Yeah, I just think the quarter is like 30 foot-pounds of capability. This goes up to like 35 or 40.
Yeah.
I just feel like, I'll put this on
For
later.
breaking stuff loose, that's gonna be better.
Yeah, now all of these you can operate, you know, in non-power mode, if you will.
Yep.
Just turn it.
Yep.
But I think I'd be inclined, you know, I just find this one so much more useful. So I'd
long.
be inclined to go 3/8 long
And quarter
and
inch.
1/2 inch.
Okay.
Now I want all.
Of
This
course.
is part of
But
the
if you're
master
saying
class.
if you only had to pick one of each,
Right.
huh?
And I don't think you gain much by going down. Now the head size does shrink quite a bit, so this
Yep.
3/8 does
Yep.
give you a pretty decent size head size. So maybe I would maybe do kind of this combo if I could add a tool. So quarter, 3/8, half. So it goes my theory of
Yeah.
a single drawer. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because these are certainly redundant. This is a rich man's move right here to have these two.
Yeah.
Same freaking tool, same torque, same capability. You could easily just put
Sure.
an adapter on either one of those
Yep.
to get whatever size you needed. I just think that most of the time, if I'm doing anything with like these are 220 foot-pounds of torque capable, I'm going to put a bigger
Yeah.
socket on there.
Yeah, that's
capable.
tough because when I did your M3, I used this a lot.
But see,
For
I
all
think,
the under panels and everything, it was nice.
But see, I just think the reason why I'm so apprehensive of having that as a luxury tool is I'm probably going to go and use this guy. You know, I'm just going to put
Yeah.
because this
can.
is the same, you know, the same quarter-inch capability with more torque.
Yeah, you just have to run a quarter, or you have to run a hex to square drive adapter to run that.
Right.
And this is heavier. This is
Yeah.
just so nimble. I mean, you can get in
but
everywhere.
I could always just do the.
Then you could do the M12 version. The M12 Surge would be nice even for that,
Yeah.
but you just lose torque.
Where is my?
Mike, you need torque. What are you looking for?
Surge. This is what we're gonna figure out. What you've lost of mine.
I have not lost anything.
All right, so
They're just
let's-
at home.
Let's call this. We'll move this down the list here.
You sure the Surge isn't in here?
No, this is the Surge right here, the non-Surge.
Non-Surge, okay. That's the drill. There's M12.
We're still fighting over this. So we'll take the 3/8 out, put this over here. I actually think this becomes like automatic aspirational because they're so simple, they're so redundant. All right, so we have surge and non-surge of the,
M18.
oh shoot, we got a lot going on here. We got an extra one. Why do we have an extra one?
I don't know. Maybe you brought one from home. So we've got, here are drills.
So this
Remember,
is
you have the impact ratchet too.
This is the surge. These are the same.
Uh-huh.
This is the quarter. So I'm missing my quarter-inch non-surge.
Let's see.
Do you have it next door?
No, I used that one yesterday.
Huh?
I used that one. I used the Surge yesterday. I don't ever use the non-Surge, to be honest with you. I like the Surge a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure. Now that it's missing.
No, don't tell me that. I didn't lose it. There's no way.
No, I didn't lose it.
It might be at your
So
house.
it's one of-
It could
one
be at
of-
your house.
One of one. We have one option here.
We were bringing stuff
There's
back
two
and forth
people
to
that
your
use
place.
these.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Two people.
Two people?
Him and me. And I don't.
It
lose
might be at
anything.
your house, to be honest with you. I think we did bring some tools there when we were working on the outdoor kitchen. It might have stayed there. You don't think so?
No.
You don't have any?
I bought new ones. I brought new ones to my house. So,
Okay.
and we're missing a tool, and we got an extra tool somehow. I don't know how that's even possible.
I don't know either. That one, the extra one could be from my house. The dirty one, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
It probably came from because I brought some stuff to Helen, so it might have ended up here.
Okay. All right. So now I can't think straight.
Because we're missing, so we have a non-Surge that's not here.
Yeah.
So, and if you want to know the truth, I would automatically pick the Surge anyway. If I'm going M12, I'm picking the Surge. Because of the finesse you can get out of that.
So you lose a little torque
But
with the Surge. So these are the Surge combos. You have
Right.
an M18 and you have an M12.
Yep.
And then you have the theoretical. We'll call this the M12 Surge or non-Surge.
Yep.
And the M18.
So I would pick Surge in the M12 and non-Surge in the M18. Because if I'm doing finesse work, I'm automatically going to grab the 12. If I'm grabbing an M18, I'm building a deck, running screws into 2x4s or something like that, I wouldn't want the Surge. I'd want to be able to drive a deep screw.
And then you'll notice the Surge is the older tech. Like
Yeah.
It's the older body. This is the new body, and they have the same thing in the M12 non-Surge version. Is there's a smaller, more capable head with a little bit more torque. So I think going back to this discussion of which tools to include. So I think these stay in the essentials. You can do it.
So we're taking this out of the essentials then.
I think so, yeah. So I think this goes into the solid
Solid second runner up.
intermediate,
Yeah.
And then I think, we have the quarter, 3/8. So I think these stay in the intermediate too, because I think I don't know though, I never freaking use these, like ever.
Yeah.
Very rarely. So I'm thinking I need to move this down. So we need one. So we'll stay in the essentials, we'll stay quarter. We'll bring this down to here, the 3/8. Quarter. So since we already have the quarter, this quarter will go into here into the aspirational category. And then same thing with these two. These go in the aspirational category. I'm telling you, you want to love these things, but I just don't use them very often. I'm almost always going to this is just so much more functional. Or this.
Yeah.
So maybe if we're doing that, maybe we're
Take
doing
a swap.
this.
Yeah.
But then again, if you're
like I said, it depends on what you're working
absolutely must have, these go down to the stubbies go intermediate altogether because you can use these to do everything the stubby can do. These just don't have as much torque.
on. Right.
These have roughly double the torque capability, but these can do most of what you need to do. So I think an absolute must is this. This Surge goes here, this one goes here. So the combo of the two would
Yep.
be that,
Yeah. I think you're right on with these and this is quarter. Yep.
right? Does
Yep.
that make sense?
Yep.
They're making a good compromise here.
Yeah, I think so.
But these all stay in the right line next.
Buy these first, buy those second.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so let's get into our heavier impact stuff, or let's do the drills.
Yeah, we got drills.
These are both necessity.
Yep.
You need both.
Yep.
You need
I agree.
this, you need that,
I agree with that.
and you need to clean them when you put them away. I'll clean them. I always have to clean up after them. That's what I do. All right, so now these guys. So you have compact torque, mid torque. You have, I don't even have this one in the system anymore, but I still have this in my cabinet. Maybe a fire deal Friday. So you have the high torque, and then the high torque anvil, one key tool.
So I'm going with this one.
Yep. So absolute positive essential is this.
Yep. I would
It's
say
the best
that.
tool in the whole freaking line.
I would say that over this for sure.
Yeah.
And I would even put this over
this
there.
goes over
Yep.
here.
Yep.
Because when you have that, you're rarely going to use this. The
And then-
compact. This can break lugs, but it jackhammers quite a bit
yeah,
more.
it does. It does. You want something to break, and I would put this over there too.
This is over there. This I don't even think. I think you put this over here. I don't
Yeah,
think you buy
and
that
this
anymore.
and this goes to here, for sure.
I think it goes here.
You think so?
I'm just not going to use that very. And if you have a truck, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's what then it comes down to is what's your process? What are you doing? What are you working on? This isn't going to be good for working under a car. This is better for like suspension work because it's so much more compact and less heavy. But if you're doing a lot of lug nuts, and especially if you're working on like a big truck, yes, this one for sure.
Yeah, but I think any car, I never get this out.
No, you could use this for a car because you're only talking breaking them loose at 100 foot-pounds or so.
I think this goes here. 'Cause this is really expensive. This is like a $600, $550
Yeah.
tool.
Yeah.
You can't get this without one key, which you don't need. One key adds some expense to it, like $50.
Yep.
You don't need it. But the extended anvil is a good medium. Like, get this on your Christmas list. This is what you get, like your one big Christmas gift.
Your big
sort of
gift.
thing. Yep.
So wives,
Now's a good time to buy it because
get a little money off.
they never have these things on sale.
So what do you want to do next?
All right. So
Saws.
let's finish up our impact stuff. So you got the right angles. These are luxuries.
Yeah, these are definitely.
Yeah.
These are like a 2 or a 3.
Yeah, these are great to have. So you only need one. So I think one goes in the medium here. So I think you do the 1/2 inch in the medium, and the 3/8 goes aspirational.
Yeah.
Like super aspirational because.
So what's the torque? Do you remember the torque output on the 3/8?
These are the exact same as the stubbies. And 3/8 and half of the same.
Okay, so it's the same.
It's just the anvil.
Right.
So, but these are good to have when you need it.
Yeah, I
Which
use
is
them.
very rarely. Because normally you do a wobble or extension or a universal joint or something and just use this
Yeah.
or use that. So let's say on the high side of,
Number 2.
yeah, you want these, all of these before this. So,
So
this
that-
will be the last of those that you,
So we'll have to go through and prioritize each section.
yeah, I think so, yeah. Then you got this guy, but this is super useful when you need
Yeah,
it.
that's the right angle. So it's got all the little heads.
So this thing kind of sucks other than when you need an offset or a right angle.
We used this when we were drilling the can lights, and you needed it because there's no way you could.
That would've been screwed, yeah.
No way to do
So you got
without
an
it.
offset joint. If you need to offset it for some reason, and you have the ability to put this at
Whatever angle, right
an
angle.
angle you need, right angle, and then you have the ability to use this as a driver, right? So, but this is not even close to as good as either one of these. So this is not a replacement. I mean, you could if you're like a girly man,
Yeah.
like a baby dad,
And you can drill with it.
like a less of a man than I am.
You mean like a Peloton?
Yeah, Peloton dad, this is cool for them,
Yeah.
where you're trying to screw in like weird, it's like you're screwing in a drywall screw to hang a picture.
Yeah.
Like a dum-dum, like you have no concept of anything real mannish.
Yep.
That's what this would be for, but this becomes a sort of intermediate sort of luxury when you need it.
Yeah.
You can't live without it.
If you don't need to do right angle stuff,
But it does drill, it does driver, but you're really only buying this for offset.
that, really.
Because you're going to use this every time. You're going to use this or
and,
that.
And I doubt I can't even think of a scenario where I would use the offset much, but the right angle for sure.
Yeah. So you're basically buying this tool for this, which makes it a luxury until you need it.
Yeah, then it's a must.
Right.
We wouldn't, like I said, we wouldn't be able to do the cans, the retrofits without that.
Right. Actually, you could, because remember I took and got the...
Oh, you had the little adapter for the regular impact.
So that makes it even less useful.
Yeah, so where does it go down to 3? Well, how much is that little adapter?
Yeah, it's not much more than this, or not much less than this tool.
Then just buy the tool.
Yeah, but this stays on this side of it.
And the adapter had kind of a funky little, had a handle on it too.
This is a
didn't
good wife tool as well, right? If you just needed a wife tool where
Put
you
it in
could
her
do
little
some
toolbox.
drilling,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can do some screwing, and you can do some offsetting. This is a good, like I said, this is good for the wife who's not to offend any wives or like legit mechanics. But this is what the doctor gets.
For your wife or my wife, that's perfect.
That's a Michelle. Yeah, that's a Michelle tool. She'd love that thing.
Yeah.
If there was no me, she would have one of those. Yeah. Okay, so let's just clean off these shelves. Absolute must.
Yep. The light.
Love to have this, but this goes in intermediate.
Oh yeah, I love this a lot. I use the heck out of this.
Yeah. But most people aren't going to.
No, I know, but I love it. For anything like 1/2 inch or even 5/8 or smaller.
So that's an
this is
SDS drill.
Yeah.
SDS. They don't make an SDS Plus in M12. They only make, or an M18. They
Right.
only make SDS Max.
Yep.
SDS Max is overkill for what we're doing.
Yeah, it's got
So this little puppy will save your time. If you're gonna buy you're buying cabinets you're gonna mount to the wall on concrete, you absolutely get
drills
get
like
this
butter.
thing.
It's such a big difference.
It's not loud, it's quiet. It drills probably 6-7 times the speed that this thing does in hammer drill mode.
Yeah,
And
it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot quieter.
tenth the volume.
Yeah, yeah.
Way faster, way quieter. You can't really lose with it.
Yep.
Way more accurate, way less heat. It doesn't tend to round out the holes as much
Yep.
because it's not hammer. The stroke of this is much longer than
Yeah.
it is on this.
Yep. That's why it's able to do more work.
Heat gun.
What are you
needs to go
thinking?
here.
Yeah.
You need a heat gun.
Yep.
That's a primary tool.
Removing stickers, shrink tubing.
So this is a great light, but in comparison to the Sun Match, it's not as good because it's not conical.
Yeah,
I told them this.
I think that's
they
gotta
need
go.
to make this. So you buy this light for detailing. It's the functionality of the batteries are way better than the scan grip light. The ability to change color temp is way better. But the thing frickin' blinds you because it's not conical. To come out this way,
Yeah,
it
shine
doesn't
your
work
eyes.
very well, and it's shining in your eyes. And so you're going to look straight on, and it's coming right back to your eyeballs. It's just, I find that in certain paints, it's useful to look straight on, but 99% of the time, you're going to be doing, coming at an angle with the Sun Match tool.
Yep.
But the disadvantage of the Sun Match tool, this is a much more durable, much more high quality tool, I think, much better batteries.
Yep.
The LED is probably not quite as good as the Sun Match, but this is a luxury, the detail light. It's a good tool. It's great if you're in the Milwaukee ecosystem, but the Sun Match is still better.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Let's start pulling these things off the top. This is a luxury.
Yeah, I guess it is. I get used to using all these. I don't know. It's hard to say.
They don't make a fuel version of that, at least not yet. So
No.
to me, it's not super exciting. It's
Yeah.
like a cheap tool. It also depends on, I don't find myself sanding very often. And hence that tool not being used a whole heck of a lot. So if I had a choice of that over something like a die grinder.
Absolutely, I'd
I
take a
would
die
choose
grinder over that.
Die grinder.
This isn't mechanical anyway.
I would put that there.
This is for woodworking more than anything.
Right. So I'd put that in luxury category. All right, let's see what else we got here. Luxury, and still have never used this thing.
Oh, the router?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't used it either actually.
Still, so
I
this
can't
is
give feedback on it.
Yeah, we do have router bits somewhere.
We do. I saw some somewhere.
So the router, I think, is a luxury.
Definitely, if I haven't even used it yet, I'd say so.
Soldering iron, I think, is.
I would say that's here.
I think you need a soldering iron. Depends on if you have one or not.
Yeah.
If you have one, then put this there. If you don't have one, then I think it goes here.
Yeah. I've used it once. It works pretty well.
Yeah, it's not as good as a precision soldering iron, but the amount of soldering that I do,
Yeah.
I think it's adequate.
Yeah. For an electric one, it's good.
Yeah.
I prefer the butane, but if you already have this collection, you just buy the electric.
Rotary tool, Dremel.
Yep.
This you should get. So if I was going to,
So that's number one.
I think that should go here, and then we can kind of put this here. I think you need one of those. You'll do a lot with that.
Yeah. What are you thinking
That's
next?
not a line. That's
No.
that doesn't go.
So we got to go down here. We want to do nail guns. You want to do jigsaw?
Let's get these two out of the way.
Okay. These are both.
Air.
Let's see.
The other air's back here.
So I'm choosing the M18 if I'm buying one.
Yeah, 100%. This. 100%.
Yep.
This tool has eliminated me putting an air compressor in my house, even like a pancake.
Yep.
Because the only thing I do at my house would be fill up tires.
Yep.
And I would only need this if I couldn't get here to come to my air compressor.
You'd want that if you're going to keep it in the car.
Correct. So this is the travel. So I think this is a solid, I mean, I don't think this is not a luxury. I think this
it's right here.
is
Yeah.
a good mid tool to have.
I agree.
I think having both is okay, but again, you're getting into redundancy here, so you could very easily take this with you. But I like having both the M12 and the M18 because there are times where I don't want to lug that, and I could just throw this in the trunk or something, take it with me if I needed it. But the M18 is much, much more capable.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let's do some cutting tools. This they no longer make. I don't think. A flashlight, jigsaw.
Yep. So now you're going to ask me if it's a must, or are we
Die
talking?
grinder,
I think you got to have a jigsaw.
or that was a polisher.
I think
Yeah, I mean, this would be later in the range of you know, it would be down here somewhere. So
Yeah.
you'd get this stuff first. You definitely want this and this first. But I think that's something you want.
absolutely.
This is specialty. So, I mean, everybody should
That's
want
kind of
this.
separate. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
kind of a separate. I don't want to lump this in because this is an extreme specialty tool. But I
Yeah,
think
that should be. We should be talking detailing
this
tools.
is the 15 millimeter detailing
Yeah.
thing. So we'll kind of put this aside, but I think you want this.
We have.
V handle.
So the other one is being used elsewhere.
Nailer.
Should have our framing nailers down there.
So these all go in the luxury category. Luxury. You can use a hammer and frickin' nails.
You can.
I mean, kind of tough for trim, especially for you know the rough nailer. You know, you could hammer that in yourself.
Framing nailer.
This is the M18 die grinder. This is in the luxury category. I would rather have the M12. This is, you know, for most of us, unless you're doing a lot
I would definitely use that one
yeah,
over.
so you do this one first.
Because you don't need a lot of power when you're die grinding.
Right, generally. And then that goes in low.
I think this is number
That's
2.
medium, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this would be high up on your medium scale.
This is I've used probably this in the impact drivers more than any other tools.
That's the D handle version. They make like 9 different circular saws.
Yeah, that's the
I
rear
picked
handle.
2 of them. So we have a 6.5 and a 7 1/4. That one's the D handle that I'd choose.
So what else do we have? We have the power, the hacksaw, and the
Big
sawzall.
So I think, help me out with this one, but I think this is a must
Yes,
and this is a luxury.
yes, I would agree. This to me also is a must.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolute must. Yeah, high up on like this is like the fourth tool that you get.
You will find yourself using this a lot.
Yeah, I'm liking our round out here.
What else do we
By
have?
the way, I do have packages on site where I've kind of done all this stuff.
So we have.
If you wanted to just buy the package, we have it set up with accessories and stuff like that.
So we've got our little cutoff saw, our cutoff wheel. That's for
This is a luxury.
definitely.
Little
Same with
3-inch cutoff.
this. I think the power riveting gun. That's definitely
rivet,
luxury.
Yeah, definitely luxury.
And the stapler, probably luxury.
Yep, I've never used this.
Because you can use an arrow.
I still haven't used
handheld.
it. Luxury tool.
What else do we have? I think. Oh, we've
We
got
have
our
the bandsaw.
Yeah, and we have our band. Can't forget this.
Yeah, I mean that's a must.
Yeah, this is definitely a must. So that's our M12.
The only
grinder.
reason this wouldn't be a must if you're really like tool illiterate, you know.
Yeah.
You can really do some damage to your body with this thing.
Yeah,
so I
you
mean,
could.
this is at, you know, this you want to be at least like 20% of a real man before you get this. If you're like a Peloton dad, you probably should skip this.
Probably shouldn't even look at that.
Yeah, you should probably skip that.
Yeah.
Or maybe you just get one. If you're a rich Peloton dad, you can like have one of your like real men friends come and
Yeah.
use it
Yeah.
for you.
There you go.
That kind of thing. That's what I do often.
Okay, so we have the bandsaw.
That's it. Oh, what is that other one on there? Another nailer?
This is our another nailer.
That's crown stapler.
Oh, so it is. Yeah, sure is. That's definitely luxury.
Yeah, this is super luxury. This is if you're doing like crown molding and stuff like that. But I like having these three. We've used them.
Yeah, I would say the bandsaw's luxury as well,
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
because you can use the Sawzall or the Power Hacksaw for
Yep.
what this does.
I'm always torn on what to do with the darn bandsaw. All right, and then you got the extra capacity. Okay, so that's the
So we want to go through batteries.
Yeah, we're gonna go through batteries here in a second. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46
46
tools.
Did you get
Oh,
these
47. Not this one. This
Yeah.
one is not in it. So we have
Yeah.
47 tools.
two? Well,
Is the master collection.
and the non-surge quarter impact.
I have it, the proverbial one, the extra one here.
Okay,
this is
okay.
the non-surge.
So you counted it.
So we
Okay.
have 47 tools. It's like 17,000 bucks.
That sounds about right.
But 17,000 bucks with chargers and batteries. So you want this charger. I think you want these two chargers.
The
You want the rapid charger, which is the 3 and 3.
And the
you want
supercharger.
the supercharger.
Yep.
The supercharger is super useful for all the high output batteries.
Mm-hmm.
Charges them a little quicker and theoretically a little less heat. So it's a better option. And then I have a battery per tool. And I apparently have some extra batteries. I got to get this all organized and inventoried.
Those must be from your house.
I had some extras from some of the demos and testers and stuff like that. So in the battery department, you want, for M18, the secret spot, the best battery is the 6.0.
I would agree with
Probably have a
that.
6.0 here somewhere.
6.0 is.
Those are 8.0s.
These are 8s. Yeah.
So 8s are great, but 8s are 200 bucks a piece.
8s are good for the saws. This might be a 6.
That's a 5.
That's 5.
We're gonna have a 6 here somewhere. 6 will be on the polisher. Yeah, 6.0. So this is the best bang for the buck battery. So this uses the bigger lithium ions. 6.0s come with a bunch of the tools. 6.0s also are available in a 2-pack. The 2-pack I think is I think it's like 180 for a 2-pack.
That's pretty good value.
Yeah, versus 200 bucks for a single 8.0.
Mm-hmm.
The 8.0s are better, but I mean, I think 6.0 is the sweet spot.
And remember, and better just means capacity. Doesn't mean that you
Correct.
can. The same battery is going to have the same power initially and then the 6.0s will just die sooner.
Correct. Some of the tools do have internal circuitry that will they'll operate with a little more torque with I think
Higher
the 1
capacity.
key when you have an HO, one of the HO batteries. The 12.0s, I think you don't buy any of these, you just get these with your tools.
Yeah, that comes with a table saw and the compound miter.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the D handle comes with one too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the 12.0s are the big boys.
Yeah.
These are like 250 or 280 bucks a piece, something like that. So batteries, the way I've set it up, the smart thing to do if you're going to start to build your battery collection is to just use my master collection as a shopping list and then count the batteries. And so I think you want a battery per tool. That's my suggestion. And the way that you do that, some of these tools, so I've analyzed this, I've set it all up on a spreadsheet and spent dozens of hours trying to figure out what's the most efficient way. Like, you never want to buy batteries with these. The kits, you actually lose money by doing it.
Yeah.
Just the way that they worked out the packages. Probably because these tools cost more and they're trying to hit a price point.
Right.
Whereas, like, if you're buying this, you absolutely want to buy the package because you get 2 batteries and you save like 90 bucks or 100 bucks doing it that way.
Well, the nice thing too is if you do that, then you can buy the next tool only.
Correct. So
and have
I've
a
set up
battery for it.
in my collections, in the various collections, the basic, advanced, and ultimate collections, which they're probably pretty similar to what we set up here. But my packages, I've set it up to where I'm getting you the package when it's the most advantageous and getting you the tool only when it's the most advantageous.
Makes sense. Yep.
So if you're talking about this set here, I think if we were ranking this, which ones you get first. So
You have to have a drill and an impact.
number 1 tool is the drill. I
Because
think.
theoretically, with the drill, you can still screw screws in. If you
Yeah.
had to, if that was your only
So
tool.
number 1 is this,
Yep.
100%.
Yep.
Number 2 is this,
Yep. Agreed.
right? Number 3, I think, is this.
Multi-tool, yep.
Do that. If you're into cars, number 4 is this. Right, number 4 is this impact.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because we're carrying over from 2 different trades. You got construction tools and mechanical tools. So,
Yeah, but like if you had to have 4 tools, these
yeah,
4.
that's the ones you get right there. I agree.
And then I think you get these other ones can kind of pick and choose.
Yeah.
I think that, depending on what job you have coming
That's
up
what I was
and
gonna
when.
say, you gotta prioritize
so,
what you're
like
doing.
this are all in the same priority. Like these 3 are in the same priority of things
Yep.
that you're going to use when you need them. They're going to be, life changing. These you're going to want. You don't need because you have those tools, but you're absolutely going to want these.
Yep.
This, I think, ratchet, the Dremel, and these become sort of the last of the essentials. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And put this in the 4 category as well, depending on how much you need, something like that. This might be a real priority for you. This might be in the 1 category here with these guys, because if you don't have an air compressor, you need something to
get
fill
you
up
by.
tires,
Yep.
bikes, beach balls, basketballs, anything you need, cars, trucks, the whole deal. Then in this, I think we have it pretty well set up. So all of this stuff is early.
This is
The
definitely
early,
later.
and we
Yep.
kind of work our way down, with the exception.
I would say this.
The one thing we're missing here, that's actually 48 tools. We're missing the regular circular saw.
Yeah, the 6.5.
Yeah, so the 6.5 circular saw fits in here. So yeah, I'm missing the circular saw, and I'm missing the.
So I'm thinking, to me, this goes ahead of this. But that's just because of what I do.
But you already have a circular saw that you can do 90% of what.
So
that
did
can
we
do.
put the other circular saw in
So
with
the other
this?
circular saw goes in here, yeah.
You think that over the rear handle?
Yeah. Yep.
Because
The rear handle's like $800.
Yeah, well,
the
if
other
you're going
one's
by
like
cost, I guess.
300. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
guess
that
if you're
goes
basing it
closer
solely
to
on
luxury.
cost, sure.
So I think this stays down here because this is the cost, the luxury of it. It's great. I want it.
Yeah.
But if I already have one, I want all these tools before I get
Unless
to
you're
that.
framing houses. If you're doing that, you're going to pick this
Oh, yeah,
regardless
sure,
of money. Sure.
Well, if you're framing houses, then all this luxury goes over here.
Yeah.
We move it up,
Yeah.
move it up the list. So you want to buy XC 6.0 batteries, and you want to buy, if you're going to buy any batteries, you want to buy the CP 3.0s, these CP 3.0s, and then the XC 6.0s and the M12s. I don't know if I have one. I'm sure I have one out here somewhere.
Hey Matt, just got the 2-pack XE 6.0 is $279.
280? Okay, not 180. Yeah.
The XE 5.0 2-pack is on sale right now for $200.
Yeah. Yeah, but I would much rather have the XC 6.0s over that.
An 8.0 is $200.
Yeah, XE 6.0 2-pack, I was wrong. It's 280, not 180. But still, it's still $120 less than if you were to buy 2 8.0s at $400.
Yeah.
So these are the 2 batteries and the best batteries. So if you're going to buy any batteries outside of what comes with the tools, you want CP 3.0 and XE 6.0. And so I think I have like 3 of each of these, and I've got like several of the XE 6.0s extra in my package, and maybe like an 8.0 or something like that.
Yep.
But that's the setup. Anybody have any questions on this business?
Yeah, I think I saw some.
You got the table saw over there. You got circular saw, table saw, regular M12. I'm telling you, I love having, like I thought it would be redundant, but I love having surge and regular in both sizes.
Yeah.
Having all 4 of them. Half the time I have them all out.
Yeah. You can make a case for both, for sure.
Yeah.
It's mostly comments just agreeing with what you guys are saying. Alex says, anything that won't come off with electric, you're grabbing a 1/2-inch air impact anyway.
Yeah.
Henry was asking, since he's into the Makita system, would it be worth just buying an adapter to M18G polisher?
They make adapters for that?
Yeah, you can get them.
Really? Yeah, maybe. I mean, Makita's has a polisher too. I think theirs is it's
Theirs
like a
was-
selectable. It's their selectable one. I don't
Wasn't
know
theirs
if
out
it's
first? I
very
think
good.
theirs was
Yeah.
out first.
Yeah, but theirs is like says like you can select
The
DA,
throw?
rotary, or whatever, forced rotation, I think, if I remember correctly. But I remember using it and not liking it.
Matt said, Maddie, drop those new Milwaukee vacuums. I saw them at Home Depot today and held out so I can order from OG. I'm ready.
Oh yeah, if you want, just shoot me an email and we'll get you one. I have one in my house. It's freaking great.
I saw it. I want one too.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So that one, are we going to sell it with batteries?
I think we'll sell both, with
Yeah.
or without.
So
It comes with 2 XE 8.0s
Yeah.
in that package and a charger. The accessories are a little wonk though. I don't love them, but I will make a video on it here soon. So I have the Milwaukee at my house, the Flex here, and then we're going to be setting up our custom install at both my house, Helen, and here. So
And
that'll
the-
be a video coming up here soon.
are we selling the 9-gallon Milwaukee? Is that what we're doing? Or-
I think so.
Okay, because I know they make a 6 and maybe an 18.
Yeah.
I think the 9's the sweet spot.
Sean G said, how about the Milwaukee lawnmower? That thing is legit. Replaced my 6-year-old Honda, so much lighter. Why?
I think if I was inclined, if I was going to do yard equipment, I would be inclined to go Ego. I just think there's so much better in that.
I think every single one of us here has an Ego lawnmower.
Yeah.
I wish my yard was small enough to use an Ego.
I don't cut my grass. But I think Ego would be what I would get if I was going to get an electric one. But I don't think I would. I think I would have a gas.
Yeah,
I'd probably have a 0 turn by now.
yeah.
But
I've got 2 of them. I love
I'd
them.
buy a shed for it.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's a wrap. I think that answers people's questions. I mainly wanted to get it out of the cabinet so I can start to organize it.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be doing a lot of the tool wrangler stuff. So my goal is to have a spot for everything, so that way when Mike loses stuff, I can really blame it, and he can't get it. He can't weasel his way out. But the plan would be to have. I guess that means I'm going to have to stow the batteries separately, but each tool will sit in a spot, and so we'll just click it in. And you'll put the most used stuff out front, maybe. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, there's a couple he'll have to modify the holder for.
Yeah. So I would envision having this all freaking stowed so I can pop things in place. I don't know.
Work on it.
I'm gonna figure it out. I don't know what. I guess some of the tools I can't really do it with.
Like that, because of the clip.
Yeah.
But if it made a thicker block at the bottom, you would be able to do it. If this was thicker, then it would work, because this is going to hit first is the problem with this particular one.
Sure about that? Let me see. How does that work?
See, that sticks down. So you just need a
Oh,
thicker,
you're talking about mounting. I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
yeah, if you're mounting them,
yeah.
you know?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to make this a little thicker.
I'm sure he knows that. You gotta figure out
Probably.
a solution for
Probably.
Because I like this clip.
Yeah.
It's super
It's
useful
great.
when you're hanging a tool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't want to wear bags, that's good to have.
Yeah. So now comes the hard part for me, and that's the organizing part. I do a lot of organizing.
It's your favorite thing to do, though.
Yeah.
Then I come through and mess it all up.
I mainly wanted to figure out what tools I was missing. And start cleaning them. I gotta get them detailed. So I guess that's a wrap for today. So tomorrow we're gonna do wash and talk on my E92. We're doing something else cool, weren't we? Maybe the G80. We'll see. If the G80 will hopefully be Monday. We'll start polishing that. Talk about polishing. Talk about some of the cordless machines. Sell you some more of those things. The other thing I'd like to do, maybe we'll do this tomorrow, is I'd like to get out a bass audio system with the new Edge, and we'll compare that to the new Sound Pro Plus thingy, or Sound Bridge Pro, whatever it's called, from SVS, against the new Power Node Edge, which is a bit more affordable. We're going to do that. We'll set that system up in here. Maybe I'll do that. So, but I think that's a wrap for today. We're open for business. Keep buying stuff. Let's see how many orders we're at. Uh-oh, Bubba just texted me. You want the car midnight tonight or tomorrow before lunch? Tonight.
Yep, I knew you were going to say that.
I'll stay up. I'll take a nap. Let's do it. Car will be here. So we'll get you some footage of the car tomorrow, and then we'll start polishing it. See you tomorrow.